Chapter 68. Dongbua Shui Ing soon arrived at the foot of the mountain and started to rush up. So, his body turned into a shadow as he flew up the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a height of 200 to 300 meters. Xiang Pang Yun did not hesitate to chase after him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, approached the peak of the mountain. This seemingly majestic mountain was like a flat ground to Dongbua Shui Ing and Xiang Pangyin. Rushing up the mountain again, Xiang Pangyin had already climbed over several mountains. At first, he did not think much of it, but as the wind grew stronger, his face changed. This is Black Wind Cliff? This Dongbua Shui Ing is actually rushing towards Black Wind Cliff? Xiang Pangyin immediately understood his intention. Black Wind Cliff itself was not that dangerous, but the abyss beside Black Wind Cliff was the famous forbidden land, Black Wind Abyss. One must know that the mountain range of desolation was the place where most demonic beasts gathered. The clash between humans and demonic beasts had been going on for countless years. Even with the birth of powerful existences like the Dragon Mountain Emperor, the demonic beasts could not be exterminated. Demonic beasts wanted to eat humans, and humans wanted to kill demonic beasts. Mortal armies would sweep through the area, and transcendents from both sides would occasionally fight to the death. Therefore, in the mountain range of desolation, there were some special areas caused by terrifying battles. Some of these areas were even dangerous to transcendents. These areas were mostly located deep within the mountain range of desolation. As for the areas outside the mountain range of desolation, there were dozens of such areas. Among them, Black Wind Abyss was a forbidden land hundreds of miles away from the mountain range of desolation. A long time ago, Black Wind Abyss was like this. This place was known as a forbidden land. You want to go to Black Wind Cliff? Xiang Pangyin's face was ferocious as he chased after Dongbua Shui Ing. Of course, I am going to Black Wind Cliff. Are you afraid? Dongbua Shui Ing flew in front. Damn it! Xiang Pangyin chased after Dongbua Shui Ing. Halfway up the mountain, when the two of them had flown more than 2,000 meters, they began to fight again. This time, Xiang Pangyin really wanted to kill Dongbua Shui Ing. Although he had the upper hand, the gap between the two of them had not reached the point of despair. Not to mention, upon seeing a chance of survival, Dongbua Shui Ing's fighting spirit grew even stronger as he fought with all his might. After a head-on collision, Dongbua Shui Ing continued charging upwards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind around them grew stronger and stronger. The wind was gray, and the higher up they went, the darker the black color became. We're almost there. Dongbua Shui Ing had never been here before. He only knew how scary this place was. We can't catch up. Xiang Pangyin wanted to fight again before Dongbua Shui Ing reached the Black Wind Cliff. But judging from the distance between them, it was too late. Whoosh! Dongbua Shui Ing continued flying and finally arrived at the highest point of the mountain. It was a barren mountain peak that was at least 200 to 300 meters tall. Not even a single blade of grass grew on the peak. A black gale was howling in the surroundings. Black Wind Cliff. Dongbua Shui Ing stood at the peak of the mountain. This barren mountain peak was none other than the Black Wind Cliff. Beside the Black Wind Cliff, there was a huge black whirlpool. The black whirlpool covered an area of a few thousand meters, and it seemed to be able to engulf everything in the world. This scene was extremely shocking. Even legend rankers would feel extremely weak in front of it. The black whirlpool led to the deepest part of the mountain. What a strong wind! Even though he was standing on the Black Wind Cliff, Shui Ing felt as if thousands of kilograms of force was exerting on his body. The closer he got to the edge of the cliff, the stronger the force of the gale became, sometimes exceeding 5,000 kilograms. Only experts of the same rank could stand stably on the Black Wind Cliff. Even Silver Moon Knights, whose strength exceeded 5,000 kilograms, would not be able to stand stably on such a gale and might even be swept into the black wind abyss. Haha, Xiang Pengyan, do you dare to have a life and death battle with me on the black wind cliff? Dongbua Shui-ing held the Fei Xue godly spear in his hand as he stared at Xiang Pengyan, who was also coming up. Xiang Pengyan looked at the surrounding scene with an ugly expression on his face. They were able to stand stably on the black wind cliff. But if they were to engage in a life and death battle, both sides would be moving at high speeds. Especially when their weapons collided, if they were not careful, they would be thrown off the black wind cliff. If they were to fly up, even with the help of the world energy, they would only be able to exert 1,000 gene of strength. It would be impossible for them to resist the violent winds of the black wind abyss. You should know how dangerous the black wind abyss is. It is a dangerous place with a history of over 10,000 years. Once trapped inside, transcendence might be able to come out alive. But for legend rankers below transcendence, although there have been many legend rankers who have ventured into the black wind abyss in the past 10,000 years. But for those who have truly entered the depths, not a single one has been able to come out alive. Dongbua Shui-ing said, those who are below transcendence who dared to enter had all died. Of course, there might be some who survived, but at least according to the public records, no one had been able to come out alive. From this, it could be seen how dangerous it was. Transcendents have also said that the black wind abyss is filled with endless power. Once sucked into the abyss, the speed of the whirlpool would become faster and faster. Even a legend ranker would die from the fall. Dongbua Shui-ing continued to talk about the terrifying dangers of the abyss, hoping to scare Xiang Pengyan. That was indeed the case. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a legend ranker to die from falling from such a high altitude. But in the black wind abyss, once sucked into the whirlpool, the violent winds would become extremely strong, and the speed of the fall would become faster and faster. Very soon, one would surpass the speed of sound and reach a terrifying speed. Even a legend ranker would not be able to slow down. That bit of world energy was useless in the depths of the whirlpool. The moment one collided with the bottom of the abyss, a legend ranker would immediately die from the fall. Therefore, they would not even be able to survive the first trial. Those who had previously explored the abyss would only slowly go down the cliff. Unless they retreated halfway, those who dared to enter the abyss would also die. Clearly, the dangers of the black wind abyss were not as simple as the violent winds. You are very good. Xiang Pengyan's blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. Very good. It has been a long time since I, Xiang Pengyan, have been forced into such a situation. It was only when I was younger and weaker that I had to face such dangers. However, I have already lived for more than 100 years. So what if I die? Furthermore, as an assassin, I have never been afraid of death. Today, I will accompany you, Dongbua Shui-ing, to have a battle on the Black Wind Cliff. Let's see who will die. Xiang Pengyan started walking towards Dongbua Shui-ing. At first, he was walking very slowly. Then he gradually increased his speed. Obviously, he was trying to adapt to the violent winds. The world energy from both sides was still colliding. However, this bit of world energy seemed so weak in the face of the violent winds. You really have guts. Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes were also filled with fighting intent. Let's see who will live and who will die. This place was the only place that he could think of that had a chance of survival. After all, even if he tried to escape, he would not be able to escape too far. Xiang Pengyan had been chasing him all this time. Even if he tried to escape, he would only be able to escape within a 100 to 200 li radius. Escape towards the water rights town? To Xiang Pengyan and Dongbua Shui-ing, the water rights town was not a threat at all. They could escape towards the depths of the mountain range of desolation. However, the Snorok Castle was already 1,000 li away from the periphery of the mountain range of desolation. The distance to the depths of the mountain range of desolation was even further. The Black Wind Cliff was the only place that he could think of. It was an extremely dangerous place. It would be best if Xiang Pangyin retreated in the face of difficulties and did not want to fight with his life. However, if Xiang Pangyin continued to fight and both sides fought, one of them might accidentally get sucked into the Black Wind Abyss. The more external factors, the more likely it was for him to have a chance of survival. Kill! Xiang Pangyin moved. In a blink of an eye, he dashed forward and slashed the saber in his hand towards Dongbua Shuiying's legs. Dang! His long spear immediately blocked the attack. At the same time, he tried to retreat. The impact of the collision between the weapons was extremely strong. Coupled with the violent winds, he could not help but retreat. His feet even left the ground. Seeing that he was about to be sucked into the Black Wind Abyss, Dongbua Shuiying immediately swung the long spear in his hand. Pum! The long spear pierced into the ground and instantly rebounded, dodging the attack. Fighting on the Black Wind Cliff is indeed different. Dongbua Shuiying was secretly shocked. He knew that this place was dangerous, and he was mentally prepared for it. However, he had never fought here before. Dongbua Shuiying, in terms of combat experience, I am much more experienced than you. Xiang Pangyin laughed sinisterly as he continued to attack. At the peak of the Black Wind Cliff, under the violent winds, the two of them began to fight crazily. Boom! Xiang Pangyin was forced to retreat. He quickly slashed his saber at the mountain rocks to borrow strength, and continued to attack Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying raised his long spear, wanting to throw Xiang Pangyin into the air, so that he would not be sucked into the abyss. However, Xiang Pangyin did not even try to block the attack. After all, he had the upper hand, and the initiative was in his hands. Both sides were trying their best to kill each other. The peak of the Black Wind Cliff was filled with cracks and ravines. Large amounts of rocks were thrown into the air and were sucked into the depths of the Black Wind Abyss. Chapter 69. The Black Wind Cliff was so high that it pierced through the clouds. High above the clouds, the black moon, centipede, hovered. On the back of the centipede, by Yuanji, Qingshi, Zhongling, Tongsan, Kongyu, Jirong, Xichen, and the rest were all nervously watching the battle below. The Black Wind Cliff. They are actually fighting to the death on the Black Wind Cliff. Bai Yuanji exclaimed. Beside the Black Wind Cliff, above the Black Wind Abyss, was a huge black wind whirlpool. The huge whirlpool set off endless gales, as if the heavens and earth were shaking and twisting. This kind of power caused them to feel a little afraid. In the whistling black wind, two figures were crazily fighting on the cliff. They are in danger now. Once they leave the ground without any support, they will be sucked into the Black Wind Abyss. Bai Yuanji said, Sucked into the Black Wind Abyss, us mortals will definitely die. I'm afraid that only transcendence will be able to come out alive. This Xiang Pangyin, why is he chasing after my brother? Qingshi was so anxious that his body was trembling. Didn't he want to kill me? My brother has no grudge against him. Why is he fighting with my brother on the Black Wind Cliff without any regard for his life? Yes. Bai Yuanji shook his head. It's fine if he chased us all the way here. The Black Wind Cliff is indeed very dangerous, but Xiang Pangyin still doesn't give up. AI, no wonder people say that he is a madman who enjoys killing. He doesn't think the same way as we do. Perhaps to him, your brother is the best prey. Damn, why is it like this? Qingshi anxiously looked at the two figures fighting below. The spear-wielding, black-clothed youth was his brother, his most important family member. Time passed minute by minute. Dongbua Shuiying was walking on the edge of life and death. He even deliberately approached the edge of the Black Wind Cliff to make Xiang Pangyin more cautious. Pum! Both sides separated from each other. Xiang Pangyin didn't continue to attack, but stared at Dongbua Shuiying. You still haven't used up your battle chi? Xiang Pangyin was somewhat unwilling. What's wrong? Is your do chi about to run out? Like I said, you've been using your do Qi secret technique for so long, it should be running out soon. On the other hand, Dongbua Shuiying's eyes were filled with excitement. He had succeeded. He had made use of the dangerous environment of the Black Wind Cliff to make Xiang Pangyun hesitate. That was why he was able to hold on for so long. After a long time, both of them were in a state of explosive power. When Zhang Pangyun used his Do Qi secret technique, the rate at which his Do Qi was consumed rapidly increased. Dongbua Shuiying had also activated his bloodline of power, and his stamina was also being depleted rapidly. Although the power of heaven and earth was replenished, the replenishment could not keep up with the consumption. Finally, Xiang Pangyun's battle energy could not hold on any longer. He had finally grasped this slim chance of survival. Why do you have more Do Qi than me? Xiang Pangyun did not dare to believe it. He had lived for so long, and his Do Qi cultivation had already reached the level of transcendent perfection. His techniques were passed down to him by his father. Logically speaking, it was rare to find a legend ranker who had more Do Qi than him, not to mention a brat who had just stepped into the legend ranker. How would he know? What Dongbua Shuiying was consuming was his stamina. In terms of endurance, it was obvious that it would last longer than his explosive Do Qi. Your Do Qi is about to run out. If you continue to fight, you will be the one to die. Dongbua Shuiying stared at his opponent. Xiang Pangyun's speed was faster than his, and he still had some Do Qi left. If he were to escape now, he would definitely be able to leave him far behind. Dongbua Shuiying. Xiang Pangyun did not panic. His blood-red eyes looked at the black-robed youth in front of him. I admire you. You are only 22 years old this year, and you are already able to achieve one with the world. Furthermore, your strength is as one. You are even able to fight with me to this extent. In terms of strength, although you are slightly weaker than me and Si Lianghong, you are still qualified to be ranked in the top 1,000 of the Dragon Mountain Book. 22 years old, and you are already so amazing. You still have a long life ahead of you. If you continue to fight, there is an 80 to 90% chance that you will become a transcendent in the future. Once you become a transcendent, you will be on a whole new level. Dongbua Shuiying felt that something was amiss. Something was wrong. Logically speaking, his Do Qi was about to run out. Xiang Pangyun should either seize the opportunity to continue attacking, or he should immediately give up and retreat. Why is he talking nonsense here? A future transcendent. Killing you is a huge contribution. Xiang Pangyun suddenly laughed sinisterly. Hung! His entire body suddenly started to change. He started to expand rapidly, and a large amount of black scales appeared on the surface of his expanded skin. In a blink of an eye, the Xiang Pangyun in front of him had turned into a black four-hooved, mutated beast that was over 10 meters long. The four-hooved, mutated beast had a pair of scaled wings. Its eyes were blood red in color, and the black scales on its body had a faint blood red color circulating around it. It was strange and unfathomable. The aura it was emitting made even Dongbua Shuiying feel threatened. Its body height was at least 6 meters. With such a huge demonic beast appearing in front of him, Dongbua Shuiying was completely stunned. Demonic beast? You are not a human. Dongbua Shuiying did not dare to believe his eyes. A demonic beast, and a mutated demonic beast at that? He instantly came to a conclusion. The demonic beast in front of him was a terrifying 6th-ranked demonic beast. Furthermore, it was a mutated one. In terms of strength, a 6th-ranked demonic beast was equivalent to a legend ranker. There were actually only so many normal demonic beasts. They were all recorded in human books, and could be recognized with a single glance. As for the mutated demonic beast, it was a demonic beast that had awakened its primordial bloodline that was not even recorded in the books. In the primordial era, there were giants and also beasts. Therefore, it was extremely rare for demonic beasts to awaken their primordial bloodline. Unlike humans who relied on their do-chi, demonic beasts relied on their bodies. Therefore, the mutated demonic beasts that awakened their primordial bloodline were extremely terrifying. Humph. The four-hooved, black-armored, demonic beast's blood-red eyes were filled with madness. It was bestowed by its father and obtained a human body. Then it blended into the human world. Even a legend ranker would not be able to live beyond 200 years, unless it was like Si Lianghong, who had transformed her body into a blood demon. As for his alias Xiang Pangyan, he had been in the human world for over 100 years. Even if he did not expose himself this time, he would still have to return to the human world after a few more years. This time, Wind Demon accepted the mission. Actually, Xiang Pangyan did not want to get involved. However, when he heard from the Bloodshed Tavern that Dongbua Shuang might be a legend ranker, his heart was moved. 22 years old, such a young age. The Bloodshed Tavern would not shoot without thinking. If Dongbua Shuang was really a legend ranker, such a young legend ranker would definitely become a transcendent in the future. Killing such a genius would definitely be a great contribution. It would be even greater than killing 10 or 20 other legend rankers. Therefore, Xiang Pangyan took the initiative to tag along. The truth was even more shocking than what he had expected. This Dongbua Shuang, not only had he achieved one with the world, his strength had also reached perfection. Furthermore, his strength had increased to a level that was close to his own. Such a monstrous genius was rarely seen in the entire Dragon Mountain Empire. How could he give up on such a great contribution? Therefore, he did not care about anything else to kill Dongbua Shuang. From the start, the reason why he tagged along was because of this human genius. Dongbua Shuang prepared to die. The four-hooved, black-scaled, mutated beast charged forward. It's actually a mutated demonic beast. Dongbua Shuang knew that the situation was far from good. He immediately moved his body and stabbed forward with lightning speed. Chi! The four-hooved, black-scaled, mutated beast did not care about the stab at all. It allowed the stab to pierce through the scales on its chest. Cracks appeared on the scales, but the stab did not completely pierce through. Furthermore, the scales on the surface of the mutated beast's body were stacked on top of each other. It was likely that the stab would have to pierce through 2 or 3 of the scales in order to pierce through its body. Who? The four-hooved, black-scaled, mutated beast's sharp claws furiously pounced forward. Its 4 hooves were at least 3 meters long and were thick and powerful. The claws on its hooves were as sharp as blades. When both of its front hooves pounced forward at the same time, its might overflowed to the heavens. Dongbua Shuang hastily scampered away on the ground, cutting a sorry figure. Its strength is even stronger than when it is in its human form. Dongbua Shuang felt despair. The difference in strength was too great. The defense of the mutated demonic beast Xiang Pangyan's scales was extremely high. Even his spear could not pierce through it. How could he fight against it with such strength? If Xiang Pangyan's human form was around the top 500 of the Dragon Mountain roll, if not the top 100, he would at least be in the top 200. This was very normal. Demonic beasts were naturally stronger when they were in their true form. After all, the human body was much weaker. Who? The four-hooved, black-scaled, mutated beast, Xiang Pangyan, pounced forward 3 times at lightning speed. How powerful was the flapping of its scaled wings! If it were to fly, its speed could easily exceed the speed of sound. As a mutated demonic beast that could fly, it naturally did not care about the strong winds around it. Its speed was fast, and its body was huge. With just 3 pounces, Dongbua Shuang was unable to dodge anymore. Pow! Although Dongbua Shuang's spear was placed horizontally in front of him to block, the claws of the four-hooved, black-scaled, mutated beast still managed to send Dongbua Shuang flying backwards. Freeze! Dongbua Shuang was sent flying horizontally. He hurriedly thrust his spear downwards, with all his might. Pooh! The spear pierced more than a meter deep into the mountain rock. Although a large number of cracks appeared around the rock, Dongbua Shuiying's body, which was flying backwards, came to a halt. Stop struggling, Dongbua Shuiying! The four-hooved, black-scaled mutated beast had already arrived in front of Dongbua Shuiying. Chapter 70. High up in the sky, Master by Yuanji, Qingshi, and the others on the back of the Black Moon Centipede were stunned when they saw Xiang Pangyan suddenly transform into a gigantic four-hooved, black-scaled exotic beast. It's an exotic beast, a mutated magical beast, a rank 6 exotic magical beast. Si Qin cried out in alarm. Xiang Pangyan actually transformed into a magical beast. Bang, bang, bang. The four-hooved, black-scaled exotic beast pounced on Dongbua Shuiying 3 times, putting him in a desperate situation. No, don't. Qingshi burst into tears. Don't. That was his most important family member. Snow Eagle, Zhongling, and Tong San were also frantic. Run. Otherwise, after the Lord dies, we will also die. Master by Yuanji's expression changed greatly. When he saw the wings on the back of the four-hooved, black-scaled exotic beast, he felt fear. Because the Black Moon Centipede only moved at half the speed of sound, a rank 4 flying type magical beast would be able to compete with it. Some of the flying type magical beasts were even faster. A rank 5 flying type magical beast would definitely surpass an alchemy creature like the Black Moon Centipede. As for a rank 6 magical beast, Xiang Pangyan's original form was a mutated magical beast. Its speed would probably be even more terrifying. They had to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would all die in front of that terrifying, mutated magical beast. Bai Yuanji was very clear that after Xiang Pangyan transformed into his original form, Dongbua Shuiying had no power to resist. The time given to them to escape was too short. They had to seize every second they had. Who? The Black Moon Centipede immediately turned and dashed into the distance. Brother, Qingshi cried as he stared at the black-wind cliff in the distance. He prayed for a miracle, praying for his brother to survive. The long spear pierced a meter deep into the mountain rock. Dongbua Shuiying's flying body stopped, but the four-hooved, black-scaled exotic beast pounced at him again. Ha! Dongbua Shuiying suddenly exerted his strength and pounced to the side. At the same time, he pulled out the Feishué divine spear from the mountain rocks and tried his best to avoid the four-hooved, black-armored strange beast's attack. The four-hooved, black-armored beast's blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom! Its gigantic scaled wings suddenly flapped. Just how large was the range of its wings when they were fully spread out? Its huge body rushed past Shuiying in an instant. Shuiying dodged the attack of its body, but what followed after was a huge pair of wings. On the surface of the wings, there was still a blood color circulating. Shuiying did not have the time to use his spear. With a pung sound, the wings directly slapped on his body. The surging power caused him to be directly sent flying backwards. With this wave, Dongbua Shuiying was already out of the Black Wind Cliff's range. As he continued to fly backwards, the huge black wind vortex continued to engulf him. The difference was too great. After Xiang Pangyan returned to his demonic beast form, his strength was completely overwhelming. Furthermore, the wind at the Black Wind Cliff was too strong, and the four-hooved, black-armored strange beast was too huge. It was very difficult to dodge. Ha! The four-hooved, black-armored strange beast flapped its wings and charged out of the Black Wind Cliff, flying into the air. However, with another flap of its wings, it easily stopped in midair. Although the closer one was to the black wind vortex, the stronger the wind was. How strong was the power of the four-hooved, black-armored strange beast's wings? Furthermore, as a flying demonic beast, it was naturally good at using the wind. With a flap of its wings, its strength was inconceivable. Even in the center of the black wind vortex, it could withstand it and not be swept away, let alone in the distance. The four-hooved, black-armored strange beast and Dongbua Shwe-ing stared at each other. Dongbua Shwe-ing was swept away and sent flying backwards. The four-hooved, black-armored strange beast didn't continue to chase, because if it did, it would have to go deeper into the vortex, and the danger level would continue to increase. Naturally, it didn't want to be in danger again. Furthermore, the black wind abyss was enough to kill Dongbua Shwe-ing. Ha! Dongbua Shwe-ing, after you die, I will let your little brother and the others accompany you. You won't be lonely after you die. The four-hooved, black-armored strange beast flapped its wings and was about to soar into the sky and chase after the Black Moon centipede. It wanted to kill all the humans on the Black Moon centipede. Little brother. Time seemed to slow down. Dongbua Shwe-ing's eyes noticed the fleeing Black Moon centipede in the sky. He could clearly see Uncle Zong and Uncle Tong on the back of the Black Moon centipede, who were in pain and anxiety. He also saw his little brother, Qingshi, who was about to break down and rush out of the Black Moon centipede. Uncle Zong and Uncle Tong were tightly holding on to Qingshi, not letting him fall. Big brother, big brother. Qingshi, who was on the back of the Black Moon centipede, completely broke down. He stretched out his hand and looked at Dongbua Shwe-ing, who was already flying towards the center of the vortex. That was his big brother. Little brother, little stone. Dongbua Shwe-ing didn't know why, but tears suddenly flowed out. When his parents were still alive, Little Stone, who liked to hug his legs, said, "Big brother, hug." Big brother, bad guy. After being teased, Little Stone shouted, "I want to sleep with Big brother." That chubby little brat had slept on the same bed as her for several years, and her clothes had been soaked by his saliva countless times. "Big brother, I'll give you half." The greedy little brat was reluctant to give the good food to others, but he was willing to give it to his big brother. The little brat had grown up and started to learn magic. "Brother, I'm already a mage. I'm a mage." The young man cheered. "Qingshi is awesome," said Dongbua Shwe-ing with a smile. Scenes of his life appeared in his mind. Regardless of whether he was purely mischievous or a little willful, he was still the most important family member in Dongbua Shwe-ing's life, a family member that he was willing to protect with his life. An incomparably strong will completely penetrated his soul. No one could. No one is allowed to kill my little brother. No way. I, Dongbua Shwe-ing, even if I die. Even if he died, he would crawl out of hell. Aha! Dongbua Shwe-ing suddenly let out an incomparably angry roar. A roar that came from the depths of his life. At the same time, a short spear appeared in his right hand. At this moment, he was already flying towards the whirlpool, and there was no way for him to get close to the four-hooved, black-armored strange beast. The only way was to rely on the short spear, although the short spear looked like a joke. However, at this moment, Dongbua Shwe-ing only knew that he had to seize every opportunity. The flames of anger burned in his chest, and endless anger and anxiety filled every part of his body. The flames of anger seemed to be burning his entire body. Boom! Dazzling flames suddenly appeared on the surface of Dongbua Shwe-ing's body, and flames appeared in the air around him. The short spear in his hand was also surrounded by flames. In the black wind that engulfed the world, how bright and dazzling the red flames were. At this moment, he was like a god in the flames. Boom! His body leaned back in midair, and then he suddenly exerted force. The short spear in his hand turned into a flame, like a meteor. The four-hooved, black-armored strange beast couldn't help but turn its head to look when Dongbua Shwe-ing let out an angry roar. Then it saw Dongbua Shwe-ing's entire body enveloped in flames, and the short spear that was shooting towards it like a meteor. This is... The four-hooved, black-armored strange beast was immediately shocked and hurriedly tried to block it. Pooh! Its claws barely managed to block the attack, but that streak of light still pierced into the four-hooved, black-armored exotic beast's chest. The entire short spear pierced into its body, and the tip of the spear even poked out a little from the back of its neck. "Die for me!" A second short spear appeared in Dongbua Shuiying's hand, and then a third short spear. Boom! Boom! The second short spear directly pierced through the strange beast's lower abdomen, creating a huge hole. The short spear also pierced deep into its body. As for the third short spear, it directly pierced through the skull of the four-hooved, black-armored exotic beast, piercing right through. Myriad. The four-hooved, black-armored strange beast looked at the figure in the flames in disbelief. At this moment, it was incomparably sure that this terrifying human genius had reached perfect unity a long time ago. Realm of myriad existences. When one's skills reached the pinnacle, the next step was to gradually grasp some of the mysteries of myriad existences. It was divided according to the realm. Great Spear Master represented the pinnacle of immortal skills. Realm of myriad existences was when a transcendent began to comprehend the nature of myriad existences. This was only the first step in comprehending the nature of myriad existences. However, only transcendents could grasp this realm. Among the legend rankers in the entire Dragon Mountain Empire, including those legend rankers who were more than 100 years old, there were only about 50 people who could reach this realm. Great Spear Master represented the perfection of one's strength. After that, one would be able to comprehend the nature of myriad existences and learn the mysteries of myriad existences. Dongbua Shuiying's strength had reached perfect unity when he was 15 years old. After that, he built a bamboo house in the back mountain and began to comprehend the nature of myriad existences. His spear skills gradually became more and more restrained and seemed to carry some natural aura. Actually, this was the process of learning the mysteries of myriad existences. Unity of man and nature only allowed the practitioner to observe the nature of myriad existences more clearly. Before reaching unity of man and nature, one could still feel the nature of myriad existences. However, the feeling was more vague, as if one was looking at it through a thin layer of gauze. However, after 6 years, his spear skills had indeed become more and more natural, especially the Qi cultivation method 3-stage flame technique. Every time he absorbed the power of flames into his body, he could clearly feel the mysteries of the power of flames. 6 years of accumulation. At the last moment, the complete explosion of his life force, the explosion of his willpower, the endless anger and desire, allowed him to finally break through the Great Spear Master realm and reach the realm of myriad existences. As the saying goes, myriad existences of myriad existences. Dongbua Shuiying had grasped a bit of the mysteries of myriad existences. However, this was the power of the mysteries of myriad existences, something that only the top 50 of the Dragon Mountain rankings could grasp. This was a power that was enough to kill a pseudo-transcendent. Who? Dongbua Shuiying bathed in flames. The surrounding flames surged, trying to stop the violent wind vortex. However, the power of the flames only had a strength of 10,000 jin. When he threw the short spear, his body was also continuously retreating. Now, he was almost at the center of the vortex. The force of the black wind was already a few 100,000 jin. He couldn't withstand it at all. This true, peerless genius, who was only 22 years old but was already able to rank in the top 50 of the Dragon Mountain rankings, was destined to fall after emitting a dazzling light. Qingshi. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the black moon centipede that was fleeing in panic in the sky. A smile of relief appeared on his face. Enough! Enough! It was enough that his younger brother survived. Who? The violent wind swept past. Dongbua Shuiying continued falling. He still raised his head and smiled at the black moon centipede in the sky. He looked at the family on the centipede's back that he was willing to protect with his life. Chapter 71. As the black moon centipede fled in panic, Great Mage by Yuanji nervously looked at the mutated beast below. Suddenly he was stunned. Zhongling, Tong San, Qing Shi, Kong Yuyu, Jirong, and Qin were all stunned. Because when Xiang Pangyan transformed into a mutated beast and knocked Dongbua Shuang off the Black Wind Cliff, Dongbua Shuang was involuntarily sucked into the whirlpool of wind. Suddenly, Dongbua Shuang let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. His body leaned back, and a short spear appeared in his right hand. His entire body burst into flames, and dazzling flames appeared around him. The huge flames spread out like a beautiful fire lotus. Dongbua Shuang was like a flame god. He threw the short spear. It turned into a meteor. 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears. The demonic beast was unable to block any of the short spears. Each spear pierced through its vitals and killed it on the spot. Its powerful wings also softened, and its huge body no longer resisted the force of the wind. It was also sent flying into the black wind vortex. It's dead. The mutated beast is dead. Great Mage by Yuanji was overjoyed and shocked at the same time. Quick, go save Snow Eagle, quick! Zhongling had been on the brink of death many times and knew that time couldn't be wasted. His reaction was the fastest. Qing Shi immediately reacted and shouted, "Quick, save my brother! Teacher, quick, save my brother!" Oh, Bai Yuanji immediately reacted. Whoosh! He controlled the Black Moon Centipede and immediately turned in an arc. Then he immediately dove down at half the speed of sound. Although the distance was more than 1,000 meters, it could easily close the distance. However, Dongbua Shuang was already sucked into the center of the whirlpool of wind and was sucked down. It's too late. Bai Yuanji shook his head. Even if it's too late, the Black Moon Centipede won't dare to get too close. At this time, he didn't say that everyone knew it was too late. They just wanted to try their best. Dongbua Shuang, is he going to die? Kong Yuyu's thoughts were complicated. She had never thought that Dongbua Shuang would be this powerful. Even after Xiang Pangyan had revealed his demonic beast form, he was still killed by him. Ji Rong's eyes lit up. There was a trace of fanaticism in her eyes. He is going to die. It's good that he died. It's good that he died. He was the only one who stopped me from being together with Qing Shi. Now that he's dead, I believe that it won't be long before Qing Shi and I are together again. The treasure left behind by such a peerless expert. I will definitely obtain it and offer it to the Almighty God. He looked at the Black Moon Centipede that was swooping down. Little brother, Dongbua Shuang glanced at the huge corpse of the four-hooved, black-armored beast. With a thought, an iron hook appeared in his hand, and he immediately flung it out. Phew! How powerful was his strength! Even in the black wind whirlpool, the iron hook turned into a blur as it flew out. It quickly wrapped around the corpse of the four-hooved, black-armored beast and wrapped around its neck twice. This rope was left behind from the storage ring of that Lord God emissary. It was extremely tough. With a sudden tug, the huge corpse of the four-hooved, black-armored beast quickly descended. At the same time, Dongbua Shuang rose up. Whoosh! He instantly landed on the corpse of the beast. Standing on the corpse of the four-hooved, black-armored beast, Dongbua Shuang felt the surrounding wind. Then he suddenly exerted force with his legs. His entire body was bathed in flames. Boom! He soared into the sky. However, the black wind whirlpool was too powerful. Dongbua Shuang's speed was greatly reduced. Even with the help of the flames, he only managed to jump 50 meters before he began to descend. The Black Moon Centipede swooped down at high speed. It only flew a few hundred meters before it stopped. It didn't dare to approach the black wind whirlpool. Get closer, Qing Shi said anxiously. I can't get closer. The wind is too strong. If you get any closer, my Black Moon Centipede won't be able to withstand it. Bai Yuanji said. The surrounding winds were howling, and the Black Moon Centipede was already having a hard time dealing with them. If they were to get any closer, the Black Moon Centipede would not be able to escape from the winds and would be swept away. Qing Shi, Zhongling, and the others on the centipede's back anxiously looked at the black wind whirlpool in the distance. Phew! In the center of the whirlpool, the four-hooved, mutated beast's corpse suddenly sank. At the same time, a flaming figure soared into the sky. It was surrounded by a sea of red flames, trying its best to weaken the power of the wind. "Brother!" Qing Shi shouted with tears streaming down his face. Snow Eagle, Zhongling, and Tong San were also anxious, but they couldn't do anything to help. Bathed in flames, Dongbua Shueing raised his head and looked at Qing Shi, Zhongling, Tong San, and the others on the back of the Black Moon Centipede. His body had already begun to descend uncontrollably. "Qing Shi, live well and don't disappoint me." Dongbua Shueing's vigorous voice resounded through heaven and earth. He was still most worried about his younger brother. He was afraid that if he died, his younger brother would collapse and not be able to recover. This was something he didn't want to see. "Ha ha ha, don't worry. I, Dongbua Shueing, won't die so easily. Even if I fall into the black wind abyss, I will come out alive." Dongbua Shueing's voice was full of fighting spirit and confidence. He glanced at the others on the back of the Black Moon Centipede and suddenly saw Jirong. He couldn't help but be shocked. This Jirong was suspected by the Dragon Mountain Manor to be a follower of the evil god. Now, she actually ran to the back of the Black Moon Centipede to be close to his younger brother? "Qing Shi, remember this. Don't be together with this Jirong. Master by Yuan Ji, tell her to get out of Snorrock Mountain tomorrow. Don't let her take a single step into Snorrock Mountain." Dongbua Shueing said firmly. Jirong, who was on the centipede's back, was stunned. Qing Shi's brother didn't even give her a chance. "Lord, don't worry." Venerable by Yuan Ji immediately agreed. Facing such a hero, such an amazing person, he was filled with respect and admiration. "Haha, thanks." Dongbua Shueing was still full of pride. "When I return from the Black Wind Abyss, I will definitely have a drink with you. This old man will be waiting," Bai Yuanji said loudly. While they were talking, Dongbua Shueing's body continued to descend. Within the black wind vortex, the flame figure gradually became more and more blurred. As he descended, he looked at his younger brother Qing Shi with a smile on his face. The wind was still whistling. There was no other sound in the world. The black-clothed youth in the flame had completely fallen into the depths of the black wind vortex and could no longer be seen. Qing Shi's body was trembling. He stretched out his hand, wanting to grab something. The figure of his brother in the flame seemed to still be in front of him. Why? Qing Shi's emotions completely collapsed. Pain and sorrow drowned him like a tide. He had never tasted such pain before. It was as if his life was being torn apart. "Brother!" Qing Shi let out a mournful cry. "Come back, come back, come back! I will definitely listen to you. Definitely listen to you. I won't scold you anymore. I won't be angry with you anymore. Come back, come back!" Zhongling and Tong Sen hugged Qing Shi on both sides, both of them also crying. After more than 20 years together, to them, Dongbua Shueing was like their own child. How could they not be sad? It was just that they had experienced more life and death situations, so they didn't break down. "Snow Eagle, don't worry. Tong San and I will definitely take good care of Qing Shi," Zhongling secretly said. Tong San hugged Qing Shi. "Qing Shi, your brother's talent is unparalleled. His strength is far beyond our imagination. Even if he fell into the black wind abyss, he will definitely come back alive. Definitely." Master by Yuan Ji and Master Si Chin at the side. They all knew that Dongbua Shueing said that he would definitely come back. It was only to give his younger brother some hope, so that he wouldn't do something stupid. Amazing! By Yuanji's side, only 22 years old, that Xiang Pengyan was still killed by Dongbo Shuang even though he revealed his true form as a demonic beast. In the end, he was even able to control the flames between heaven and earth. This is already the realm of myriad existences, right? The legendary realm of myriad existences in the entire vast Dragon Mountain Empire, including those over 100 years old guys. There are less than 50 people who have reached this realm. Master Si Chin also sighed, once one reaches this realm, they will definitely enter the top 50. Even if my family's ancestors were to face the current Dongbo Shuang, they wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Just like Xiang Pengyan, who revealed his true form, although his strength increased greatly, he was still directly killed by the short spear. This kind of strength is already enough to kill a pseudo-transcendent master by Yuanji's side. This kind of genius in the entire Dragon Mountain Empire, there will only be one every 100 years. Master Si Chin didn't have the slightest intention to compare himself with Dongbo Shuang, only admiration and regret. Although it was rare to reach the realm of one with the world at the age of 22, there were still more than 10 people in Dragon Mountain Empire. But to reach the realm of myriad existences at the age of 22. Indeed, it was hard to find one every 1 or 200 years, a true genius. Such a peerless talent. Just as he revealed his talent, he fell. Master by Yuanji's side. What a pity, what a pity. That's right, if he was still alive, he would definitely become a transcendent in the future. Master Si Chin also shook his head. The two of them fought and chased for over 100 li. With such a huge commotion, I believe that Dragon Mountain Manor will quickly come to find us, once the news of this battle spreads. Dongbo Shuang will probably become truly famous, but unfortunately it's already too late. By Yuanji nodded, once the news of this battle spread. One could imagine the commotion it would cause. Originally, Dongbo Shuang should have received endless glory or even directly walked to a higher position in the entire Dragon Mountain Empire, but he would never be able to enjoy that kind of glory again. Black Wind Abyss. The violent wind whistled. The further down he went, the stronger the wind became. Dongbo Shuang's surroundings were filled with flames. He controlled the energy of heaven and earth to transform it into flames, doing his best to obstruct and slow down as much as possible. However, he continued to increase his speed. It's too fast. My speed has already surpassed the speed of sound. If I continue to increase my speed, if I really fall to the bottom of Black Wind Abyss, I'm afraid I'll really fall to my death. Dongbo Shuang was anxious. Suddenly, he saw the four-hooved, black-scaled, mutated beast's corpse below him. That mutated beast's body was bigger, and it had 2 huge wings. Obviously, when falling, the resistance of the wings was greater. Its falling speed was not as fast as Dongbo Shuang's, allowing Dongbo Shuang to catch up. And Dongbo Shuang's heart stirred. Immediately, the flames of heaven and earth spread out, wrapping around the four-hooved, mutated beast's corpse, doing his best to slow it down. As for himself, not only did he not rely on the flames to slow down, he actually increased his speed. Very quickly, Dongbo Shuang landed on the four-hooved, mutated beast's corpse. He sensed a bit and found a storage bracelet in between the scales of the beast's chest. He quickly took it and sensed it. There were many treasures in the storage bracelet, even food, a small pile of gold notes, jewels, gold coins, and so on. Nothing. Dongbo Shuang wanted to find something that could help him during his fall, but he did not find anything. Obviously, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a legend ranker to fall to his death. Whether it was Xiang Pengyan or that Lord Divine envoy, they did not prepare anything that could help reduce the impact of the fall. Dongbo Shuang's gaze landed on the four-hooved, mutated beast's corpse. This mutated beast scales are incomparably hard, and its body is even harder than the mountain rocks and soil. The effect of reducing impact is very low. Dongbo Shuang flipped his hand, and Fei Xue, godly spear, appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was flat and sharp, and schwa. It rapidly cut off the four-hooved, mutated beast's wings. The scaled wings no longer had the blood-colored light, and its defensive power had decreased. That blood-colored light was actually the manifestation of the primordial bloodline of this four-hooved, mutated beast. Very quickly, one of the scaled wings was cut off. This scaled wing was more than 10 meters long and extremely wide, but its actual weight was ordinary. Clearly, there was a hollow structure inside. Pooh, 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 pooh. Dongbua Shui Ing immediately pierced through some of the scales on the wing, allowing his hands to grab the supporting bones of the wing. Whether I live or die, it all depends on this gamble. Dongbua Shui Ing put away the Feishu godly spear and used both hands to grab onto the tough bones of the scales. Just like that, the gigantic scaled wings were propped up by him. Who? The gigantic wings that were more than 10 meters long and more than 5 meters wide were propped up like that. One had to know that the speed of his descent had exceeded the speed of sound, even though the surrounding winds were constantly pulling him downwards. But at supersonic speeds, when the gigantic wings were propped up, the force of the air currents immediately caused Dongbua Shui Ing's speed to decrease sharply, separating him from the four-hooved, mutated beast's corpse below. With both hands propping up the gigantic scaled wings and the surrounding flames, although his speed had decreased the further he descended, the stronger the wind became, causing his speed to exceed the speed of sound. Furthermore, the wind was still spinning, causing Dongbua Shui Ing to occasionally be flipped and tumbled by the wind. Then, with great difficulty, he propped up his wings again. He was struggling, trying his best to find a way to survive. How deep is this black wind abyss? I feel like I've already descended 7,000 to 8,000 meters. Dongbua Shui Ing spun and flipped as he plummeted rapidly. Dongbua Shui Ing looked through the black winds and saw a gigantic black creature entrenched on a mountain wall about 1 kilometer away. That blurry black creature looked a little like a gigantic dragon, but its body was more than 1,000 meters long. This length had already exceeded the length of a typical gigantic dragon. The gigantic black creature's golden eyes swept over him. Dongbua Shui Ing felt his soul tremble. With such a difference, it was as if the creature could destroy him with a single breath. At this moment, Dongbua Shui Ing understood why all those below the Transcendence realm who came here to explore were doomed to die. Who? He fell very quickly, and in an instant he could no longer see the gigantic black creature. He continued to fall deeper and darker. End of volume. The curtains of the novel are gradually opening. I'll have to trouble everyone to spend a few seconds to vote for me. Thank you very much. Chapter 72. As he was descending, he could occasionally see some black figures through the black wind. Some of them were huge, while some of them had the appearance of a normal human. The invisible pressure they exuded varied in strength. The stronger ones could kill him with a single glance if they wanted to. The weaker ones had the strength of a transcendent. This made Dongbua Shui Ing even more nervous. When he was descending, he said that he would definitely return. On one hand, it was for the sake of his younger brother, and on the other hand, he felt that he could give it a try. But now he understood how difficult it was to get out of this place alive. Forget it. I can only take it one step at a time. Dongbua Shui Ing was determined. Now, I have to think of a way to stay alive when I descend. Grabbing the skeleton of the gigantic scaled wings with both hands, he pushed them open. The direction of the wind kept changing. Dongbua Shui Ing tried his best to increase the resistance of the scaled wings so that he could slow down even more. But it's still too fast. Too fast. Dongbua Shui Ing's falling speed was still increasing. At this speed, I might fall to my death. Dongbua Shui Ing's expression changed abruptly. He could clearly see the ground below him. I'm almost there. Dongbua Shui Ing's heart was in his throat. No matter how dangerous the black wind abyss was, if he fell to his death while descending, he would not even have the chance to struggle. Boom! Suddenly, when he was about 100 meters above the ground, the wind suddenly disappeared. It was as if there was a strange barrier. There was no wind at the height of 100 meters above the ground, but 100 meters above the ground. The wind was so strong that it covered the entire sky. Dongbua Shue Ing tore through the air and descended with a sonic boom. As soon as he entered the 100-meter range, in a situation where there was no wind at all, the resistance of the gigantic scaled wings abruptly increased. Dongbua Shue Ing could feel his arms trembling. Fortunately, his body was strong, and he was able to maintain his strength at such a crucial moment, allowing him to withstand the impact. In the distance of 100 meters, Dongbua Shue Ing's speed was decreasing rapidly. But after all, it was only a distance of 100 meters. His falling speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he smashed into the rocks on the ground. Although his speed had been reduced by half, it still surpassed the speed of sound. He directly smashed a huge hole in the rocks. Boom! His feet landed on the ground first, followed by his whole body. The rocks were as soft as water. Simply put, with Dongbua Shue Ing's terrifying physique, the mountain rocks were indeed very fragile in front of him. When Dongbua Shue Ing fell on the mountain rock, it was like a normal person jumping into the water. However, when the speed was fast enough and the height was high enough, even the surface of the water could kill a person. Phew! When he fell, he was stunned. The huge impact caused his bones to crack, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm injured. The bones in my left arm are broken, and 3 of my ribs are broken as well. The most troublesome thing is that my internal organs are injured as well. Shue Ing's control over his body was very precise. He was glad that the last 100 meters had allowed him to decelerate. His speed had been reduced by half. Otherwise, even with his scaled wings, he would still fall to his death. My injuries are more severe now, and my internal organs have been damaged. I'm unable to withstand too much damage. Dongbua Shue Ing immediately understood. I need to find a place to recover from my injuries as soon as possible. With my body's regenerative ability, I should be able to fully recover in 6 hours. His skin and flesh recovered the fastest, followed by his bones and finally his internal organs. Regardless, Dongbua Shue Ing was still happy. At the very least, he managed to survive the fall. Following that, Shue Ing rapidly and abruptly leapt upwards to the surface. Using his hands as a support, he lowered his body and looked into the distance. He first saw the remains of the 4-hooved, black-armored corpse in front of him. After that fall, its body had long since been completely smashed, and only a part of it could be seen. At the same time, a black-armored soldier appeared in the distance. It was flying towards him with a speed as fast as a shadow. Not good, I've been discovered. Dongbua Shue Ing did not dare to hesitate as he immediately fled. So. Shue Ing quickly retreated, but soon after he felt puzzled and stopped. He hid behind a huge rock 1 kilometer away, peeking into the distance. At this moment, the black-armored soldier had already reached the huge pit where Shue Ing had fallen. Shue Ing's eyesight was frightening. With a single glance, he discovered that beneath the black-armored soldier's armor, his body was actually condensed from a black fog. Even the pair of eyes revealed by the mask on his face was faintly glowing red. It's not a human, nor is it a demonic beast. It seems like it's not a living being. Dongbua Shue Ing speculated doubtfully. I thought that it had discovered me and was chasing after me. Logically speaking, a normal legend ranker should have been able to see me with a single look from that distance. But it only followed the sound of the fall and looked at the pit. It did not discover me. It seems like its eyes are only average. Or perhaps it doesn't rely on its eyes. Dongbua Shue Ing made all sorts of conjectures. But even so, judging from the speed of the black-armored soldier, it was impossible for it to escape. In terms of speed, the black-armored soldier had completely surpassed Xiang Pengyin. Let's find a place to recuperate first. Dongbua Shui observed his surroundings. Very quickly, he discovered a small cave on the side of the mountain. When the black armored soldier turned around and left, Dongbua Shui leaped 50 meters into the small cave. He had used a heaven and earth energy to sense the small cave, but there was nothing else inside. Standing at the edge of the small cave, he carefully looked towards the direction where the black armored soldier had come from. The higher he stood, the farther he could see. That is, Dongbua Shui was slightly shocked. About 50 to 60 kilometers away, there was a cave palace that was emitting a faint green light. Outside the cave palace, there was a large number of black armored soldiers patrolling the area. These black armored soldiers did not seem to know fatigue and were constantly patrolling the area. Apart from the black armored soldiers, there were also other black creatures that were smaller in number, but they gave off an oppressive feeling. Regardless of whether it was the black, dragon-like creature that occupied the top of the mountain, or the other black creatures, including the weakest black armored soldier, Dongbua Shui nodded his head. It seems like they are all protecting the cave palace. If I were to approach them, I would probably be killed easily. Dongbua Shui muttered to himself. Forget it, let's recuperate first. Dongbua Shui retreated back into the cave and casually sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, he took out a huge piece of meat. With a thought, a flame appeared and he started roasting it. This piece of meat was from Xiang Pangyan's storage treasure. In fact, regardless of whether it was Xiang Pangyan or the god's emissary, they had stored a large amount of food and water in their storage treasures. This caused Dongbua Shui to mutter to himself. Perhaps most legend rankers would bring food and water with them? As for the smell of the barbecue, Dongbua Shui was not worried about it. He was able to control the heaven and earth energy, completely isolating the smell within the cave. And it smells so good. This Xiang Pang Yin seems to be a glutton. Dongbua Shui started to chomp down on the meat. Under his control, the broken bones in his body started to reconnect and reconnect. His internal organs were also gradually recovering. This night was long. Zhongling and Tong San were still able to control their emotions, but Qingshi was on the verge of collapsing. My brother will definitely come back. He will definitely come back. I will not leave. I will not leave. I will wait for him at the bottom of the Black Wind Cliff. I will wait here. At first, Qingshi refused to leave. It was Zhongling who persuaded him. Qingshi, the Black Wind Abyss, is so big. When the Snow Eagle comes out, he might come out from somewhere else. Once he comes out, he will definitely go straight to Snorrock Castle. If you wait at the bottom of the mountain, I'm afraid you will miss him. Qingshi was finally convinced. The Black Moon Centipede flew back to Snorrock Castle. In the middle of the night, a cavalry unit arrived at Snorrock Castle. The leader was Lord Si and of Dragon Mountain Manor. The battle between Xiang Pangyan and Dongbua Shui. How shocking was this news! The spies that Dragon Mountain Manor had arranged quickly spread the news to Dragon Mountain Manor in Water Rights Town. Lord Si was also shocked. He did not even bother to sleep and immediately rushed over. Rumble, the drawbridge was lowered and the city gates opened. Lord Si and Zhongling personally came out to greet him. How is it? Where is Dongbua Shui? And where is Xiang Pangyan? Lord Xian asked. Chapter 73. Lord Xian, let's talk as we walk. Although Zhongling felt uncomfortable, he still maintained basic etiquette. Xiang Pangyan came to kill Dongbua Shui. Lord Xian and Zhongling walked side by side and couldn't help but ask at the same time. This matter was too important. Zhongling nodded. A group of killers came to kill Qingshi because of the Bloodshed Tavern's mission. These killers were killed by Snow Eagle, and at this time Xiang Pangyan appeared and fought with Snow Eagle. They fought all the way from Snorrock Mountain to Black Wind Cliff. Black Wind Cliff? Xian was shocked. As the head of the Dragon Mountain Manor in a small county, he naturally knew the terrible danger zone in his territory. They actually chased and killed for hundreds of miles. Cian was shocked. He couldn't believe it. To be able to fight to this extent, it was obvious that the gap between the two sides was not too big. Dongbua Shuiying's strength should be at least in the top 1,000 of the Dragon Mountain list. Otherwise, how could he struggle for so long? He still couldn't believe it. How old was Dongbua Shuiying? He was too much of a genius. What was the result? Cian asked. Zhong Ling looked at the night sky and was silent for a moment before saying, Snow Eagle can't die. But I didn't expect that Xiang Pengyun is not a human, but a magical beast. A magical beast that can transform into a human? Cian's face changed. Sorcerer Temple. What Sorcerer Temple? Zhong Ling asked. You don't have to worry about this, Cian said. The rulers of this world were those powerful transcendents. There were many secrets that were not made public. As the Tower Master of the Dragon Mountain Manor, he was qualified to know some of these secrets. He was very clear that the Sorcerer God's palace had been able to fight against the entire human race since ancient times. The Sorcerer Temple had always sent magical beasts to infiltrate the human race. Fortunately, the cost of transforming a magical beast into a human was very high, so everything was still under control. What happened next? Lord Cian asked. Xiang Pengyun exposed himself and killed Dongbua Shuiying. No. Zhong Ling continued. The Snow Eagle was sent flying out of Black Wind Cliff and was about to be swept into Black Wind Abyss. At this moment, Shuiying threw out the short spear in midair. His entire body suddenly burst into flames, and the short spear turned into a meteor, instantly piercing into the body of the four-hooved beast that Xiang Pengyun had transformed into. 3 short spears in a row, each one piercing into his vitals. The four-hooved beast died on the spot. Fire? Killed by a short spear? Lord Cian was stunned. Myriad existences? All things transform. Snow Eagle has indeed grasped some of the profound mysteries of the fire laws of all things. Zhong Ling sighed. He was also a meteor rank expert and had a detailed understanding of the Dragon Mountain list. He knew what the realm of myriad existences represented. He's only 22 years old? Realm of myriad existences? Lord Cian was stunned. This caused a huge commotion. Such a peerless monster might only appear once every 100 years in the entire Dragon Mountain Empire. It was almost certain that he would become a transcendent. It can't be false, right? Lord Cian asked, because he knew that once this news was reported, it would certainly alarm the transcendents, because the birth of a transcendent was not easy, and the number of transcendents in the entire empire was limited. How could it be false? If Snow Eagle hadn't killed that four-hooved beast, do you think we could still calmly stay in Snorak Castle? Zhong Ling said, If you don't believe me, you can go ask Master Bai Yuanji and Master Sichin. I'll definitely ask them again. Lord Cian nodded. He also believed that these people wouldn't dare to lie, because soon a transcendent would personally come. In front of a transcendent, mortals would be very honest and tell them everything. What about Dongbua Shuiying? Lord Cian continued to ask. Zhong Ling's eyes had a trace of sadness, but his voice was calm. He couldn't resist the power of the Black Wind Whirlpool and was swept into the Black Wind Abyss. Lord Cian was silent. When Dongbua Shuiying was 15, Lord Cian got to know Dongbua Shuiying. He could clearly remember that black-clothed teenager. At that time, there was a kind of sharpness in his bones. At that time, he felt that Dongbua Shuiying would become an extraordinary person in the future. Only 6 years had passed, and the black-clothed teenager had grown taller. Although his aura was restrained, it was like a mountain that people couldn't shake. At this time, Lord Cian had received information from his superiors that Dongbua Shuiying was a legend ranker. But what was the truth? He became even more dazzling and fought with Xiang Pengyun. Finally, in a life-and-death situation, He revealed his true body and killed Xiang Pengyin with a short spear. At the age of 22, he had entered the top 50 of the Dragon Mountain list. So dazzling, so dazzling. He was almost destined to become a transcendent, but he had fallen. What a pity, what a pity. Lord, see, and gently shook his head. He also felt that it was a pity. He was a core member of the Dragon Mountain Manor, so he understood what it meant to become a transcendent. It was a completely different level of life. No matter how powerful a legend ranker was, he was still a mortal. Between a transcendent and a transcendent, there was a huge gap. Of course, a pseudo-transcendent was not included. With a talent like Dongbua Shuang, as long as he was alive, he was almost destined to become a transcendent, a true transcendent. Then I won't bother you anymore. Lord C and said, I still have to ask by Yuan Ji and the others. I'm afraid that our water rights town will be very lively these days. I'll send the Lord off. Zhongling sent Lord C and out of the castle gate. He watched as Lord C and the others quickly rushed towards the great mage building. Zhongling saw a figure standing not far away. It was a petite girl named Jirong. Jirong stood there, looking delicate and lovely. You still haven't left? Zhongling's face turned ugly as he coldly scolded. I want to see Qing Shi, Jirong said. Zhongling coldly snorted and turned to leave. Before falling into the black wind abyss, Dongbua Shuang's last request was for his brother to leave Jirong. Zhongling would definitely stand on Dongbua Shuang's side. Naturally, he didn't like Jirong. Castle study room. Qing Shi sat on his brother's usual seat, gently stroking the desk. He recalled the scenes of him growing up with his brother. His brother's love and care for him surpassed everything else. When he was young, his brother went to the mountain range of desolation regardless of the danger. He couldn't forget his brother's words. Unless I, Dongbua Shuang, die, no one can hurt my brother. Not even you, Xiang Pengyin. At that time, Dongbua Shuang held a spear and stood in front of Xiang Pengyin. These words still echoed in his ears. Qing Shi, live well, don't let me down. As Dongbua Shuang fell into the black wind whirlpool, he was still looking at him. Pa, Pa. The teardrop fell onto the desk and broke into pieces. When he lost her, it was too late for regrets. Brother, I believe you will come back. I will wait for you. I will wait for you. Qing Shi whispered. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'm Dongbua Shuang's little brother, and my elder brother is the most outstanding genius under the heavens. I definitely won't let you down. Dong dong dong. Someone knocked on the door. Qing Shi. Zhongling's voice came from outside. That Jirong is still outside the castle. She wants to see you. Qing Shi stood up and opened the study room door. Zhongling was outside. Let's go. Qing Shi was very calm. Zhongling nodded. He had watched Qing Shi grow up. He knew that although Qing Shi was simple, he was a good kid. He believed in Qing Shi. That was why he came to tell Qing Shi to put an end to this. On the castle wall, Qing Shi stood on top of the city wall and looked down. Below him stood a lonely figure, Jirong. Qing Shi. Jirong looked up. Her eyes were filled with pain. What my brother said to me, is it true? Qing Shi's voice was cold. Jirong said, no, it's not true. I will ask again, is it true or not? Qing Shi looked down. His eyes were like blades, staring into Jirong's eyes. Being stared at like this, Jirong hesitated for a moment and said, Qing Shi, you don't believe me? Do you think I will believe you? Haha, because of you I made my brother sad. Haha, how stupid am I? How funny. Ha ha ha. Qing Shi laughed crazily. Zhongling silently watched from the side. He knew that it was time for Qing Shi to vent. Scram. Qing Shi said coldly, my brother said that you must leave Snorok Mountain tomorrow morning. From now on, you are forbidden from taking a step into Snorok Mountain. Qing Shi, you really want? Ji Rong's eyes were filled with tears. Listen to my orders. Qing Shi directly ordered. Tomorrow afternoon, if Miss Ji Rong is still in Snorok Mountain, throw her down the mountain. Yes, all the patrolling soldiers and the guards below responded. Qing Shi then turned around and left. Qing Shi, Qing Shi, Ji Rong shouted, but could only watch as Qing Shi left the city wall. She could no longer see him. Ji Rong's face was ugly. Her heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. Dongbua Shuiing, damn it. You are about to die, yet you still want to ruin my good fortune. That night, Lord Si and quickly reported the news, and it was delivered to the Dragon Mountain Manor headquarters in the Tranquil Sun province overnight. The Manor Lord did not dare to delay, and immediately reported the news to the Tranquil Sun province. At the same time, Master Si Chin also sent the news back. The Si clan could cover the sky with one hand in Azure River County. Such an important news, of course, had to be reported to ancestor Si Lianghong as soon as possible. The extraordinary night was finally over. The next day the sun rose. Black Wind Abyss. Who? Dongbua Shuiing, who had been meditating for the whole night, opened his eyes. The injuries on his body had completely healed. He got up and walked to the entrance of the cave. Now it was dawn. Although the black wind vortex was blocking the sun in the sky, the whole valley was still brightly lit, and some plants and flowers could be seen. Compared to the valley bottom in the night, the valley bottom now was as beautiful as a fairyland. The mountain walls were mottled with moss, and the towering cave palace in the distance was emitting a faint green light. During the day, the palace emitted a faint green light. The light circulated, bringing with it an endless mystery. It's a pity that once I get close, I will be killed. Dongbua Shuiing thought. That god's envoy and Xiang Panyin left behind a lot of food and water in the storage treasure. Now that I can absorb the energy of heaven and earth, I don't need much food. But I'm afraid I can only maintain this for a year. If I can't find a way out, I can only starve to death. Although it's dangerous, I must find a way out. Dongbua Shuiing carefully observed the outside and pondered. Chapter 74. Hiding in the cave like a tortoise would only result in starvation. Since he had decided to search for a way out that very morning, Dongbua Shuiing quietly leapt into the cave and began to investigate. South, Dongbua Shuiing was agile, and with the assistance of the heaven and earth energy, every move he made was silent. I cannot get close to that mysterious cave palace. The security there is too tight. Even the weakest black armored soldier would have a hard time dealing with it. Dongbua Shuiing thought. The black armored soldiers seemed to be stronger than Xiang Panyin. Of course, now that he had reached the realm of myriad existences, his strength had increased to an extremely high level, allowing him to easily kill Xiang Panyin. However, if he were to fight against the black armored soldiers, victory or defeat was still uncertain. Even the weakest would not have the confidence to win, let alone the stronger guards. So. Silently, he turned his back on the cave palace and carefully explored the other areas of the Black Wind Abyss Valley. The Black Wind Abyss Valley was extremely vast. The widest part was over 10 li, and the narrowest part was 7 to 8 li. These are all weeds and moss. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years have passed since anyone came here. Dongbua Shuiing walked and observed. Suddenly, he saw a huge crack in the ground in front of him. There were 2 cracks that intersected with each other. One of the cracks was about 3 to 4 meters wide, and the other one extended to an extremely far distance. Judging from the looks of it, the length of the crack was at least 20 to 30 li. The other crack was only 1 to 2 meters wide, and its length was only 5 to 6 li. However, the end of the crack extended to the walls of the valley, tearing out a huge wound. The wound was at least 100 meters deep, and it extended all the way to the Black Wind layer. These 2 cracks. Dongbua Shuiing felt his heart palpitate. After all, he had reached the realm of myriad existences. He could clearly feel the terrifying baleful chi within the two cracks. It was cleaved open by a weapon. These two cracks were cleaved open by a weapon. Dongbua Shueing was instantly certain. He hurriedly walked to the side of the crack and looked down. With a single glance, the crack on the ground was pitch black and bottomless, but it was obvious that it was getting wider and wider, and it came from the depths of the earth. Dongbua Shueing immediately came to a conclusion based on the traces. The power of the attack is boundless, and it pierced through the ground all the way to the surface of the valley, leaving behind a 20 to 30 miles long crack on the ground. The moment he came to this conclusion, Dongbua Shueing's face turned pale. Oh my God! This was an attack that had been launched from underground. Just the remnant power of the attack had caused the ground to crack for 20 to 30 kilometers. Just how terrifying was this power? In other words, those towering mountains that were thousands of meters tall would probably be cleaved in half with a wave of a hand by such an expert. Even if it was a human city, it would probably be completely destroyed in a single strike. This kind of strength was simply unimaginable. He and Xiang Pengyan had fought on the peak of Snorok Mountain for so long, but they had only destroyed some big rocks, trees, and rocks at the edge of the cliff. The entire peak of Snorok Mountain remained unscathed. From this, one could see the gap between them. With his current strength, compared to such an expert, it was impossible. It was like comparing an ant to a dragon. Could this be the traces left behind by a transcendent? Dongbua Shueing pondered. No wonder in the legends some powerful transcendents could drink wine with the gods, and even the gods feared them. With his and Xiang Pengyan's strength, they were far from being worthy of the attention of the gods. Pseudo-transcendents were not even worth mentioning. A true transcendent is this strong. Dongbua Shueing did not dare to believe it. His understanding of transcendence was too little. Most of his knowledge was from the legends. For example, the mystic ice spear technique had a very brief description and only mentioned some methods to become a transcendent. As for what would happen after becoming a transcendent, it did not mention anything. What would happen after becoming a transcendent? He did not know. Because there were too few transcendents, it was very difficult for mortals to meet one. The moment a transcendent appeared in a place, places like Dragon Mountain Manor would immediately warn the surrounding families, telling them to hide their heads and not to offend a transcendent. If they did, their entire family would be finished. Even the C family, even the Mo Yang family, which had a pseudo-transcendent, in front of a true transcendent, they would tremble with fear. With this kind of strength, even among transcendents, he should be standing at an extremely high position. Dongbua Shueing thought. Just as Shueing was carefully observing this crack and experiencing the frightening sharpness and killing intent within, black fog began to appear in almost every corner of the Black Wind Abyss Valley. Every 5 kilometers, this black fog rapidly condensed into a black armored soldier. Similarly, about 5 to 6 miles away from Dongbua Shueing, the black fog condensed into a black armored soldier. The black armored soldier wore a mask, and his eyes glowed red as he casually scanned his surroundings. Every day, the entire bottom of the valley had to be swept once. This was the rule set by the owner of the cave palace. Although the owner of the cave palace had been dead for a very, very long time, and tens of thousands of years had passed, this place had always been maintained and had never changed. Outsider. The moment the black armored soldier appeared, there was always a layer of red light in his eyes, blurring his vision of the outside world. However, he was still able to see Dongbua Shueing, who was standing in the distance. Xiu, the black-armored soldier, landed on the ground and turned into a ray of light as he charged towards Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing observed the crack, and at the same time, he spread the heaven and earth energy around him. He was also vigilant towards the direction of the cave palace. If there was any movement, he would immediately flee like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Dongbua Shuiying's ears twitched, and he turned his head abruptly. Behind him, a black-armored soldier was flying towards him. It was less than a mile away from him. A distance of 300 to 400 meters was nothing for people at their level. Why would a black-armored soldier suddenly appear? Dongbua Shuiying was shocked. I knew there would be something strange about a transcendence place. I've already been very careful. It was already too late to hide now. I have to kill it as soon as possible. The commotion caused by the battle is huge, and if time drags on, more black-armored soldiers and even stronger guards would appear. The Feishui god's spear appeared in Dongbua Shuiying's hands. He stood at his original position and watched as the black-armored soldier charged towards him. Boom! The spear suddenly pierced out. It was like a flaming meteor. Hoo! A series of flaming spear shadows pierced towards the black-armored soldier. The black-armored soldier held a black saber in his hand. Dang! In the blink of an eye, the black-armored soldier's entire body was covered in black fog. Even his arms were covered in black fog, and his movements were unpredictable. So fast! Without any hesitation, Dongbua Shuiying changed his spear technique from speed to strength. Boom! The spear that was originally piercing out furiously suddenly changed into a sideways sweep. All the strength in his body burst forth, and his power bloodline was activated. The spear was imbued with the might of flames, and as it swept out in a huge arc, the power accumulated continuously. The black-armored soldier coldly blocked with his saber. A loud sound rang out. The black-armored soldier's body trembled violently. The black fog around his body started to dissipate, and his body started to become blurry. Seeing this, Shuiying immediately lashed out 2 more times. Pung, pung, pung! The spear struck the body of the black-armored soldier. Finally, the black-armored soldier was struck until it dissipated, turning into a black fog before disappearing. In front of the cave palace, other than the large number of black-armored soldiers, there were other powerful guards as well. One of them, who was wielding a huge sword and wearing luxurious armor, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a silver light. Boom! He suddenly transformed into a black beam of light and streaked across the sky, flying towards Dongbua Shuiying at a terrifying speed. Although the distance between them was close to 100 li, the black beam of light was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already traversed over 10 li. Dongbua Shuiying had been paying attention to the direction of the cave palace. After defeating the black-armored soldier, he naturally saw the black beam of light flying towards him at a high speed. Flying in the sky? Amongst humans, only transcendents could truly fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. As for legend rankers who relied on the energy of the world, or mages who relied on spells, their flying speed was too slow. They couldn't even compare to those flying beasts. On the other hand, the flying speed of transcendence was truly frightening. Seeing that black beam of light, Dongbua Shuiying felt a sense of fear. They were not on the same level at all. There's nowhere to run. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the huge crack beneath his feet. He had been curious since the beginning. That powerful transcendent was able to create such a huge crack underground. Clearly, there should be a battlefield deep underground. Previously, he had been cautiously thinking of a way to explore it. I can't care any more. Dongbua Shuiying held onto the Feishui god spear and directly leaped down. Chapter 75. Very soon, the black ray of light landed on the ground beside the fissure. The silver-eyed armored guard lowered its head and looked at the fissure coldly. There was not a single trace of emotion in its eyes. After observing for a moment, it held onto its gigantic sword and stood guard. Back then, the owner of the cave abode had left an order for them to patrol within a certain range. If the intruder was not within the range, they would not chase after him. Hoo-hoo! Accompanied by the sound of the wind, Dongbua Shwe-ing descended rapidly. His entire body was bathed in flames, illuminating the underground fissure. Pang! He landed. Dongbua Shwe-ing looked in front of him. The underground fissure was extending towards the direction of the cave abode. Could the battle have taken place in the cave abode? Dongbua Shwe-ing immediately sprinted in that direction. His speed was extremely fast. After sprinting for a moment, he looked behind him and heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the guard did not chase after me. Following the path of the underground fissure, he sprinted all the way. Finally, he stopped. Dongbua Shwe-ing looked in front of him. There was a silver-white wall in front of him. The wall was like a silver-white crystal jade, and it was extremely eye-catching among the rocks. However, there was a huge wound on the wall. The wound was at least 7 to 8 meters wide, and there were still remnants of baleful aura on it. The baleful aura caused even Dongbua Shwe-ing to feel slightly fearful. This baleful aura, even after tens of thousands of years, was still able to cause Dongbua Shwe-ing to feel pressured. It seems that the unimaginable battle that happened that year took place in this underground structure. An extremely powerful existence fiercely hacked out, splitting apart the walls, tearing apart the underground rock and earth, and piercing through more than 50 kilometers before finally appearing on the surface of the valley, leaving behind an enormous crack of 20 to 30 kilometers. Shwe-ing inwardly nodded. This caused him to be even more shocked. The underground was filled with rocks and soil, and a single strike pierced through over 100 miles? Oh my God! It was not an exaggeration to say that it could destroy the heavens and earth. Outside the silver-white wall, he hesitated for a moment. I have no choice. Going to the Blackwind Abyss Valley is a dead end. Dongbua Shwe-ing knew that there might be danger lurking within the silver-white walls, but at the same time, there might also be surprises waiting for him. I can only give it a try. He held the Fei Shue divine spear in his hand. Flames surrounded the surface of his body, and the power of heaven and earth spread out. Dongbua Shwe-ing walked through the crack in the wall. Woo! The moment he entered, Dongbua Shwe-ing's eyes lit up. In front of him was a huge hall that was over 300 meters tall. The hall was incomparably majestic, and it was at least 2 li wide. Such a large hall was indeed shocking. However, the huge pillars were either broken or collapsed. Many places in the hall were in ruins, and the sturdy silvery white floor was covered with hideous wounds. On the silvery white wall in the distance, there were more than 10 crisscrossing cracks. He had just entered from one of the cracks. A terrifying battle must have taken place here. Dongbua Shwe-ing exclaimed as he looked around the hall. The hall was very spacious, and he could see everything with a single glance. However, Dongbua Shwe-ing could not find a single door. There were no doors that led to the entrance or other places. The entire hall was completely sealed. Furthermore, even though the hall was in ruins, there were no unique items left on the floor. It seems like in that battle, at least one side survived and cleaned up this hall. Dongbua Shwe-ing mumbled to himself. How did they enter this hall, and how did they leave? It can't be that they entered through the crack like I did, right? There must be something that I haven't discovered. Dongbua Shwe-ing was unwilling to give up. He did not want to starve to death in the Blackwind Abyss. He wanted to leave this place alive. Walking in the hall, Dongbua Shwe-ing observed his surroundings carefully. At the same time, he activated the power of heaven and earth to scan his surroundings carefully. His inspection was slow and meticulous. 1. After the time taken to brew a cup of tea, when the power of heaven and earth swept across an empty space in the corner of the hall, a ripple suddenly appeared on the empty space. Something's wrong. Dongbua Shwe-ing revealed a joyful expression. With a flip of his hand, a silver coin appeared in his hand. Show! The silver coin was tossed out, and it turned into a ray of light that shot towards the ripple. The ripple trembled, and like a bubble, it instantly burst open, revealing the scene within. The scene within 100 meters changed drastically. There was a stone bed, and on the stone bed, a skeleton sat cross-legged. The skeleton was faintly glowing with an icy blue color, and it was wearing a silver robe. In front of the stone bed, there was an octagonal pool. There was a crystal clear liquid flowing within the pool, and it was surrounded by a faint mist. Around the pool, there were countless runes of arrays that were constantly being maintained by the power of heaven and earth. On both sides of the pool, there were 2 statues of golden beasts. Both of them were 20 meters tall. One of the golden beasts was in the form of an ape, and its body was wrapped in chains. The other golden beast was in the form of a golden rock. Refiner organisms. With Dongbua Shuiying's eyesight, he could tell that these 2 golden beasts were extraordinary with a single glance. That one has been dead for an unknown period of time, but its skeleton is still glowing with an icy blue color. This strange phenomenon. I'm afraid that it was a transcendent who died. It was impossible for a normal mortal's corpse to have such a strange phenomenon. I wonder if this refiner organism can still move. Dongbua Shuiying pondered. Refiner organisms required energy to move. Once they ran out of energy, they wouldn't be able to move. But for a refiner organism left behind by a transcendent expert, Dongbua Shuiying wasn't confident. So. Dongbua Shuiying swiftly moved away until he reached the entrance of the crack. Xiao! Then he tossed out a silver coin. The silver coin turned into a streak of fiery light as it traversed more than 500 meters, accurately hitting the golden ape-like statue. Suddenly, the golden ape-like statue opened its eyes without any warning. Its eyes glowed with a golden light, and it reached out its hand and grabbed the incoming silver coin as fast as lightning. Chi. The silver coin completely turned into powder as it flowed out of the cracks in its hand. The golden ape-like creature scanned its surroundings and saw Dongbua Shuiying at the entrance of the crack. It roared, "Mortal, don't disturb my master!" Dongbua Shuiying revealed a hint of joy. It can speak? A refiner organism left behind by a transcendent expert was indeed different. It could even speak. The silver coin I tossed out didn't even touch it, but it woke up and grabbed the silver coin. Dongbua Shuiying thought to himself, "Seems like it would wake up if I attacked it within a certain range. Also, judging from the speed at which it grabbed the gold coin, it doesn't seem too strong." The silver coin was not a suitable hidden weapon. He was only using it to probe the refiner organism. After flying for 500 meters, the silver coin's power had weakened. It wasn't difficult for him to grab it with his hand. Judging from the speed at which it grabbed the gold coin, it shouldn't be much faster than me. Also, I don't feel any pressure from its aura now that it has woken up. Dongbua Shuiying was looking forward to it. Just like when he fell from the black wind abyss, he saw a huge, black, dragon-like creature. With just a glance, his heart trembled and his legs turned to jelly. The 2 golden refiner organisms in front of him didn't seem to be invincible. Perhaps I might be able to obtain some of the items left behind by that transcendent expert. From there, I might be able to find a way out. Dongbua Shuiying couldn't hide his excitement. Since the other party was here, there should be a way out. Let's try again. Dongbua Shuiying flipped his hand and a short spear appeared in it. The power of the short spear and the silver coin was on a completely different level. Dongbua Shuiying leaned back and activated his bloodline of power. A trace of the profound mystery of fire was infused into the spear, causing the power of the short spear to increase. Boom! The short spear instantly tore through the air, emitting an ear-piercing sound. In an instant, it traversed 500 meters and arrived in front of the golden ape. Pum! The golden ape furiously slapped out with its palm. A loud sound rang out as the short spear was slammed into the ground. The golden ape also took a step back causing a look of shock and anger to appear on its face. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The difference isn't that big. Dongbu Shuiying's eyes lit up. Chapter 76. So. Dongbu Shuiying's speed was extremely fast. In just a few flashes, he had already closed in on the golden ape. However, his speed had also started to slow down. Mortal, get lost obediently. The golden ape bared its teeth and threatened. Ultimately, refiner organisms are not real living beings. They have to obey their master's orders. Dongbu Shuiying thought to himself. The fact that these two refiner organisms had waited obediently for so long after their master's death showed that their master had given them strict orders. Dongbu Shuiying was getting closer. The golden ape still did not attack. Who? When Shuiying took a step into the area enveloped by the ripples, the golden ape immediately roared and rushed forward with large strides. Dongbu Shuiying immediately took a step back. The golden ape also stopped and stared angrily at Dongbu Shuiying. Boundary. Dongbu Shuiying laughed as he looked at the boundary of the ripples. Didn't your master order you to attack as long as you enter the boundary? You're not going to attack just because I'm outside the boundary? The golden ape roared. Mortal, so what if you know about it? You better get lost obediently. Dongbu Shuiying was in a good mood. He thought that he would have to test it a few more times before he could confirm the order that the Transcendent had given to the refiner organism. He did not expect that he would be able to confirm the boundary so quickly. Then take this. Dongbu Shuiying wielded the Fei Xue godly spear, and in a flash, he entered the boundary. The spear turned into a stream of flames and pierced towards the golden ape. The surrounding flames engulfed the golden ape completely. Even though the flames of the heaven and earth could suppress the golden ape did not seem to care at all. Mortal, prepare to die. The golden ape waved its huge palm and slammed down. As for Dongbu Shuiying's spear, it completely ignored it. Pooh! The spear pierced through the golden ape's knee, leaving only a white mark on its knee. As an alchemy creature, its body was extremely tough. Even if Dongbu Shuiying was 10 times stronger, it would still be difficult for him to damage its body. Boom! The huge palm slapped down, and Dongbu Shuiying hurriedly dodged it. The defense of transcendent alchemy creatures is too strong. Dongbu Shuiying thought to himself. Since I can't pierce through it, I can only rely on brute force. Thankfully, it's not as agile as me. In the instant they exchanged blows, they were able to determine each other's strengths and weaknesses. Bam, bam, bam. Dongbu Shuiying, who was bathed in flames, moved around the golden ape like a specter, dodging its attacks time and time again. At the same time, he swung the spear in his hand with all his might. He exerted his strength to the extreme. When he whipped and swept, he focused on certain joints, such as the knee joints and ankle joints. Alchemy creatures could be flexible in battle, but their joints were also complicated, so they were weak in terms of confrontation. When the golden ape's joints were hit, it would occasionally stumble. However, it remained completely unharmed and continued to slap down with its huge palm. Monkey, you can't even deal with a mortal? Looks like I still have to do it. The golden rock, who had been like a statue all this while, suddenly opened its eyes as well. Its golden eyes swept across the golden ape. Just watch. The golden ape was enraged. With one hand, it grabbed the chain that was coiled around its body. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The chain flew out and lashed out fiercely. Dongbu Shuiying was shocked. The chain whizzed towards him like a phantom, and Dongbu Shuiying instantly pierced out with a spear, piercing one of the links of the chain. However, the chain instantly coiled around the spear. It even knows how to use chains. These chains are quite powerful in the hands of this ape. Fortunately, its moves are simple. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fight it. Dongbu Shuiying's expression changed slightly. He was immediately forced to be careful. He waved the chain around. increasing the range of the golden ape's attacks. Dongbua Shui Ing also had a hard time dodging the golden ape's attacks. Even though the golden ape's strength wasn't too ridiculous, it was still stronger than him. The golden ape's strength was a notch higher, and its defense was invincible. In addition, the chain was extremely strange. For a moment, Dongbua Shui Ing was having a hard time dealing with the golden ape. However, with his agility, he was able to hold on. A mere mortal can fight for so long. The golden rock swooped down. It was so fast that it turned into an afterimage. Dongbua Shui Ing was shocked. So fast! The golden ape's wings whizzed past, and they were like sharp blades. Dongbua Shui Ing hurriedly used his spear to block, but the golden ape's wings collided with the spear's body. Pum! A sound of impact could be heard, and Dongbo's entire body flew backwards. At this moment, a strange and unfathomable shackle came flying over with a whoosh, trying to bind Shuang. Dang! In midair, Dongbua Shui Ing stabbed out with a spear, changing the direction of the chain. He then landed on the ground and took 3 steps back. Naturally, he was already out of the boundary. Dongbua Shui Ing looked at the golden ape and golden rock in the distance. For a moment, he was vexed. In terms of strength, the golden ape is actually above me. Its only weakness is its agility. Even I find it difficult to fight against it. But the golden rock's speed far surpasses mine. With the 2 of them working together, there's no way I can fight against it. With the 2 of them working together, he would only end up being trampled. Haha, mortal. I admit that you have some strength. However, you're still far from being able to defeat the 2 of us. That spear of yours can only scratch an itch for me. The golden ape laughed gleefully. Humph, the golden rock didn't speak much. No hurry, I still have enough time. Dongbua Shui Ing was very calm. My body is constantly getting stronger, and my dou qi is also improving. When my body reaches its limit, I'm afraid that my strength will increase by a lot. At that time, I'll try to fight against these 2 transcendent refiner organisms. Water Rights Town. While Dongbua Shui Ing was fighting against the 2 transcendent refiner organisms, Jirong had returned to her home in Water Rights Town. She was chased out of Snorrock Mountain early in the morning. Rong, or why are you back? Ji Wu Hai and his wife were by his daughter's side. Damn Dongbua Shui Ing. Ji Rong's face was gloomy, and her eyes were filled with an ominous glint. It had been a long time since she had been so unlucky. Those who had bullied her and looked down on her, she had ruthlessly taken revenge on them. In Snorrock Mountain, she was even more pampered. After all, she was a little beauty second only to Yu. Dongbua Shui? Ji Wu Hai was somewhat puzzled. What happened? Did you find out about Dongbua's family secret? Nope. Ji Rong coldly replied. The wealth of Dongbua's family is not important. The most important thing is this Dongbua Shui Ing is an extremely powerful legend ranker. Just last night, he and Xiang Pangyan perished together at Black Wind Cliff. Perished together with Xiang Pangyan? Ji Wu Hai and his wife were both shocked. Oh my God. Although the 2 of them had come into contact with some strong experts, Xiang Pangyan was the #1 expert in the entire Azure River County. How old was Dongbua Shui Ing? How could he be comparable to Xiang Pangyan? He is a legend ranker? This kind of big matter must be reported to the law protector. Ji Wu Hai said. Dongbua Shui Ing is dead. He must have left a lot of treasures for Qingshi. Ji Rong was somewhat angry and unwilling. I originally wanted to stay by Qingshi's side. At that time, it would be too easy to get those treasures. But I did not expect that before Dongbua Shui Ing fell into Black Wind Abyss, he actually expelled me from Snorrock Mountain and told Qingshi not to be with me. So many treasures, if we get them and offer them to the law protector, our family's contribution will be huge. The great God will also give us more. Ji Rong's eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. This matter is very important. Quickly report to the law protector, Ji Wuhai said. The sooner the better. At this time, on the street outside the Ji family's mansion, a large group of knights had already arrived. The leader of the Dragon Mountain Manor, Lord Cian, was at the front. Lord, I have been watching. Ji Rong has just returned home, a scout reported. Lord Cian nodded lightly. With Dongbua Shuiying's talent, he will definitely alert the Transcendents. Everything must be done beautifully. This Ji family is suspected to be a follower of the demon god. Although we have not confirmed it, at least they have committed a lot of crimes. Capture them all first to prevent this Ji family from informing the demon god's followers and causing more trouble. Lord is wise. Yu Tu, who was at the side, praised. They had already sent people to keep watch. As soon as Ji Rong returned home, they would immediately capture her. Go in and capture the entire Ji family, including the servants. Don't let a single one of them go. There might be some demon gods, followers among these servants. Lord Cian ordered. Yes. Boom. A large number of soldiers quickly surrounded the mansion. The 2 guards at the entrance of the Ji clan's mansion were still somewhat afraid and panicked, but they didn't dare to resist at all. The knights directly rushed over and kicked open the door. Rumble, a large group of knights and soldiers rushed into the Ji clan's mansion. Chapter 77. On the wide street of Azure River County, an ordinary-looking carriage was slowly moving forward. Inside the carriage, Chui Jinpeng was wrapped in a black robe. His face was gloomy and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Bloodshed Tavern, you are so famous, yet you are so dishonest. Chui Jinpeng gritted his teeth. Forget about not completing the mission. But to kill that Dongbua Qingshi, you actually want me to post a second bounty? He went to Bloodshed Tavern early in the morning to wait for the results of the mission. Bloodshed Tavern replied, Dongbua Shuiying's strength far exceeded our expectations. The assassins we sent out suffered heavy losses. This mission is dismissed. Dismissed? What about the bounty? Not retreating. Chui Jinpeng was furious. How could he know that Bloodshed Tavern was also very dissatisfied? This mission was too disadvantageous for them. 3 Silver Moon assassins had died, but Wind Demon had also died. Xiang Pengyan had also died. Xiang Pengyan was a demonic beast that had transformed into a human. His death was fine, but the most important thing was that Dongbua Shuiying was already so amazing at the age of 22. Such a talent would definitely become a transcendent in the future. For such a monstrous talent, Bloodshed Tavern did not want gold coins. What they wanted was a more precious transcendent item. This mission was too disadvantageous. How much is the bounty for Dongbua Qingshi? Chui Jinpeng asked. Bloodshed Tavern replied. Now that Snorok Castle has attracted the attention of a transcendent, 1 month to assassinate Dongbua Qingshi will require 1 million gold coins. 1 month later, to assassinate Dongbua Qingshi will require 500,000 gold coins. Chui Jinpeng turned around and left. 1 month later, assassinating Dongbua Qingshi will require 500,000 gold coins? Chui Jinpeng was about to go crazy in the carriage. Bloodshed Tavern is so greedy. They only know how to ask for money. He did not have much money left. The previous bounty had almost depleted his savings. It's just a weak mage. If that's the case, I can only personally bring some assassins. Chui Jinpeng gritted his teeth. As the leader of the county city's underworld, he naturally had his own assassins. Previously, he had only invited the Bloodshed Tavern because he had a 100% chance of success. Who would have thought that this would be the result? In fact, he didn't know that he had already gained a lot. Because of his measly 1 million gold coins, Wind Demon, Xiang Pengyan, and Dongbua Shuiying had fallen into the Black Wind Abyss. Even transcendent experts were alerted. Lulu, Lulu! The carriage suddenly stopped, causing Chui Jinpeng's expression to change slightly. He shouted, "Why did you stop?" "Wild Chui." A hoarse voice came from outside. "Come out." Chui Jinpeng's expression changed as he hurriedly opened the carriage door. With a glance, he saw 3 black-robed figures in front of the carriage. The leader was a black-robed old man with grizzled hair and a pair of golden teeth. His eyes were cold. "Ah, head butler Liu." Chui Jinpeng immediately got off the car in a flattering manner. The white-haired old man swept a cold glance at them. "Capture them and take them away." "Head butler Liu, what's going on?" Chui Jinpeng was somewhat at a loss, but he didn't dare to resist. He allowed the 2 black-robed men to shackle his arms, because he knew very well that this head butler Liu was the personal head butler of the Si clan's ancestor, Si Lianghong. His status was extremely high. The reason why he, Chui Jinpeng, was able to become the leader of the county city's underworld was because of Si Lianghong's approval. "Master wants to see you," head butler Liu said, but didn't say anything else. "Ancestor." Chui Jinpeng's face was somewhat pale. A moment later, in a garden, Chui Jinpeng saw the Si clan's ancestor. "Ancestor." Chui Jinpeng timidly knelt down. Si Lianghong. Although she had lived for many years, her appearance was rather beautiful. She was like an enchanting beauty. She wore a blood-red robe, and her hair was also blood-red. Her skin was fair. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but feel an impulse. After all, she had the blood demon body, so she naturally had some charm. "Just because of you?" Si Lianghong looked at Chui Jinpeng. "Just because of a small fry like you, Xiang Pengyan, who was sent by the sorcerer god's temple to infiltrate this place, died? And even the monstrous genius Dongbua Shuang, who was destined to become a transcendent, fell into the black wind abyss and died? The affairs of the world are unpredictable. A small fry and 2 powerful people are dead, just like that." Si Lianghong sighed. Her Si clan was the absolute overlord of the Azure River County, covering the sky with one hand. Even in some of the filthy underworld, they still had a large number of spies. This Chui Jinpeng was known as the Si clan's loyal dog. Even when the Si clan placed spies in his mansion, he didn't dare to have a trace of objection. Thus, the death of his child, Chui Hu, was quickly known by the Si clan. They even knew that Chui Jinpeng had been to the Bloodshed Tavern. Many heroes and outstanding people would sometimes fall because of a small fry. Si Lianghong sighed. "All right, old Liu, I've seen him. Take him away and deal with him. Clean him up." "Yes," butler Liu said respectfully. "Ancestor, ancestor, I'm loyal and devoted to the Si clan." Chui Jinpeng immediately cried out in fear. Si Lianghong was too lazy to even look at him, because she knew that a transcendent would come this time. Thus, the cause of this matter the transcendent would definitely want to understand clearly. As the cause of this matter was Chui Jinpeng, she wanted to prevent Chui Jinpeng from speaking carelessly. It was better to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with the Si clan. It was Chui Jinpeng's own idea. A monstrous genius who was almost certain to step into the transcendent realm died, just like that. Although the sorcerer's temple lost a chess piece, it was still a huge gain. Si Lianghong was slightly nervous. This time the transcendent will definitely be furious. The Azure River County is under the control of my Si clan. I hope he won't take his anger out on my Si clan. Among the mortals, the Si clan was an overlord, but in front of a transcendent, but it could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. On the same day, Si Lianghong rushed to the Black Wind Cliff of the Azure River County and personally waited there. Out of her expectations, she had to wait for the 3rd day before the transcendents finally arrived. Sila. In the sky above the Black Wind Cliff, the sun shone brightly. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space, and a figure stepped out from it. Si Lianghong had been sitting cross-legged on the Black Wind Cliff. Her surroundings were maintained by a spell. isolating her from the violent winds. Sensing the spatial fluctuation, she raised her head and looked up. Immediately, she revealed a shocked expression and stood up respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Eternal Wind." The person who came was the strongest transcendent in the entire Tranquil Sun Province. Eternal Wind Knight Chiu Chi Bai. Si Liang Hong was very nervous. I thought it was another transcendent. Never did I expect it to be the Eternal Wind Knight. This matter actually alarmed such a terrifying existence. "I heard that you have already executed Chui Jinpeng?" Chiu Chi Bai's appearance could be considered quite handsome, with his white hair fluttering. He stood in mid-air in a green robe. "Yes," Si Liang Hong respectfully replied. "The cause of this matter was because Chui Jinpeng had issued a bounty mission. I already know the ins and outs of the matter." Chiu Chi Bai took a step forward and stood above the black wind abyss. The violent black winds were temporarily suppressed and dissipated. Looking down, he could faintly see a terrifying energy surging in the depths of the black wind abyss, blocking his line of sight. It was impossible for him to see what was in the depths of the black wind abyss. "Sigh, it's rare for a new transcendent to be born in my tranquil Sun Province, but he was killed by a bastard from the Sorcerer God Palace. It's really not worth it." Chiu Chi Bai lightly shook his head. "You can leave first." Yes, Si Liang Hong knew that she had passed this hurdle. Obviously, Chiu Chi Bai would not vent his anger on her. She immediately retreated and leaped down the black wind cliff. Chiu Chi Bai stood above the black wind abyss. An invisible force was suppressing the area below. Chiu Chi Bai, amidst the surging energy, a blurry and huge figure suddenly appeared. Following that, a black dragon head appeared. The huge black dragon head looked at Chiu Chi Bai, who was standing in midair. "Why? You're not satisfied with your previous defeat and want to try again? I've said it before. If you want to conquer this place, you're still not strong enough. You'd better go back and cultivate." There was a mortal who fell down. "Is he still alive?" Chiu Chi Bai asked. Oh, there was a mortal young man. With a whoosh, he fell down. Perhaps he fell to his death. The black dragon head said, "I'm just the first guardian. Master's cave palace will naturally be guarded by even stronger guardians. I can't control the bottom of the valley, nor can I control the cave palace?" Chiu Chi Bai looked down and sighed. This time, the matter regarding Dongbua Shueing was immediately reported to the Transcendents. However, the black wind abyss was a headache even for Transcendents. In the end, it was still reported to Chiu Chi Bai. That was why it was delayed for 2 to 3 days before Chiu Chi Bai personally rushed over. "If he's still alive, please help me send him out," Chiu Chi Bai said. "You're quite polite." The black dragon head laughed. "If I see him, I'll send him out. After all, he's just a mortal. Master's orders are mainly for Transcendents." Chiu Chi Bai secretly shook his head. The black wind abyss used to be very mysterious. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, an existence who had successfully become a deity had entered the black wind abyss to explore. Only then did the Transcendents of a human world know that the black wind abyss was a cave palace left behind by an extremely powerful expert. Only a transcendent expert who completely defeated all the guardians would have the qualifications to obtain the treasures left behind by the senior. Although that deity, including the Dragon Mountain Emperor, had entered to take a look, they didn't forcefully snatch it. Firstly, forcefully snatching it might result in self-destruction. Secondly, they had already become deities. In their respective eras, they had established a unified empire. They were all invincible existences in the human world at that time. Therefore, they didn't have any greed towards the treasures. What a pity! Chiu Chi Bai lightly shook his head. He also felt that Dongbua Shueing was doomed. If he's still alive, our tranquil Sun Province will have another transcendent in the future. Furthermore, looking at his talent, it would only appear once every 100 years in the entire world. He might even be able to go further among the transcendents. What a pity, what a pity. Qiu Qibai continued to cultivate. I have high hopes for you. Perhaps in the future, you will have a chance to obtain the treasures left behind by my master. However, the current you is still far from that. The black dragon, head below, laughed. Farewell. Qiu Qibai turned and left. Rip. A crack appeared in the space. Qiu Qibai directly stepped into the crack and disappeared. Chapter 78. The news of Dongbui Shueing and Xiang Pangyan fighting for hundreds of miles and dying together at the Black Wind Cliff spread like wildfire. This sensational news spread like wildfire. Of course, the secret that Xiang Pangyan was a demonic beast was kept a secret. How many years has it been since our water rights town produced such an amazing expert? He's only 22 years old. Yet he was able to fight the legendary Xiang Pangyan to a stalemate. They fought for hundreds of miles and finally died together. An old man in the tavern shook his head in grief. Such a talent, in the future, he would definitely become a legendary transcendent. Such a pity to fall like this. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Old man Song, who is Xiang Pangyan? Someone suddenly shouted. Truly ignorant. The old man sneered, too lazy to say anything more. Xiang Pangyan is the #1 expert in the entire Azure River County. He's even stronger than the Sea Clan's ancestor, who has lived for hundreds of years. It is said that he's only a step away from becoming a transcendent. Even if Dongbui Shueing started cultivating when he was in his mother's womb, he's only cultivated for 22 years. Yet, he was able to fight evenly with Xiang Pangyan and even perish together. Don't you think that Dongbui Shueing is amazing? Our water rights town is such a small place. How many tens of thousands of years would be hard for such a person to appear? The news of this battle spread like wildfire in the Azure River County. Even other places in the Tranquil Sun Province and even other provinces would occasionally discuss about it. Even though the news spread did not mention that Shueing had grasped hold of the realm of myriad existences, and that he could perish together with Xiang Pangyan, and that he was so young he could be considered a monster in the entire Dragon Mountain Empire. Eastfield Province, Thunder Tide Shore. Rumble! The seawater crashed over and over again, creating countless snow-white waves. On the Thunder Tide Shore, there were many caves with locked doors. These caves were used to imprison some of the Mo Yang clan's prisoners. Only those with special identities would be locked up for long periods of time. Clang! A heavy door opened, and a maidservant went in to deliver food and drinks. The Thunder Tide Shore was a forbidden area, and there was a spell formation around it. There was no need to worry about the criminals escaping. In the dark cave, a purple-robed woman was standing in front of a smooth stone wall. She had a carving knife in her hand, and she was easily carving a spell model on the stone wall. She was frowning and thinking hard. Because she was in confinement, she didn't have good experimental conditions, and she didn't have many papers and pens. She only had a carving knife with her brother's help. The spell models carved on the stone walls were just references. Most of the calculations were deduced and analyzed in her mind. Although Mo Yangyu was in confinement, she was able to concentrate on comprehending magic techniques. Madam. The maid put down the food and said softly, Mo Yangyu turned her head and looked at the maid. Why are you still here? Is there something? Usually, the maid would quietly leave after putting down the food. A lord has asked me to pass on a message, the maid said. My lord. Mo Yangyu frowned. Who? Lord Mo Yang Chinbai. The maid said, Humph. What message does he want to pass on? I want to hear it. Mo Yangyu sneered. The maid took a deep breath and said, Lord Mo Yang Chinbai said, Mo Yangyu, you have given birth to an extraordinary son. He is only 22 years old, but he was able to fight with the #1 expert of Azure River County, Xiang Pangyan. The two of them fought for hundreds of miles, and finally, Both of them perished at Black Wind Cliff. To have such a son, I have to congratulate you. The maid was slightly nervous. Madam, I will take my leave. She was just a little maid. Mo Yang Chun Bai had ordered her to pass on a message. So how could she dare to refuse? Mo Yang Yu stood there motionlessly, but tears flowed down her cheeks. Wait a moment. Mo Yang Yu suddenly shouted. The maid who was on her way out stopped. Tell me, is what he said true? Mo Yang Yu couldn't help but ask. The maid quickly replied, reporting to Madam, it is indeed true. The battle between Dongbua Shuiing and Xiang Pengyan is now a hot topic in the Mo Yang clan. There are also many people who say that if we had brought Dongbua Shuiing back, our Mo Yang clan would have become even more powerful. This news is already from 3 months ago. Mo Yang Yu lightly waved her hand, and the maid respectfully retreated. After the maid left, the heavy door closed once again. Mo Yang Yu's body went limp as she sat on the ground. Her hands clutched the ground, and her fingers turned white. She said in a trembling voice, Snow Eagle, I have let you down. I have let you down, my son. In Mo Yang Yu's mind, there was only the scene of their separation that year. Her eldest son, Dongbua Shuiing, was holding the hand of her youngest son, Qingshi, as they stood at the entrance of the castle. Father, mother, I, Dongbua Shuiing, swear, I will definitely save you and bring you back. Our family will definitely be reunited, definitely. I swear, I will definitely save you. No one will be able to stop me. Her son's tender voice seemed to still be ringing in her ears. Mo Yang Yu's face was already full of tears, and her body was trembling. Snow Eagle, my son, why did it become like this? Why, East Fragrant Lake Refinery inside the Mage Tower. Dongbua Lai, quick, move all these away. In a laboratory room, there was a pile of charred waste, and a young male mage shouted loudly, Coming, coming. Dongbua Lai was wearing a somewhat tattered cloth, and very skillfully started to clean up the mess. Dongbua Lai, Mo Yang Chin Bai asked me to tell you a piece of news. The young male mage said, It's about your son, Dongbua Shuiing. Snow Eagle? Dongbua Lai's body trembled. Your son, Dongbua Shuiing, is really amazing. He fought a life and death battle with Xiang Pengyan from Snorrock Mountain all the way to Black Wind Cliff. They fought for more than 100 miles and finally died together. The young male mage said as he turned around and walked out. Speaking of which, I really admire your son. He is really amazing. Unfortunately, he died too early. Oh, right. Remember to clean up this place. Dongbua Lai felt that everything around him had lost its color, and unconsciously, the mess in his hands fell to the ground. He was stunned, and his body slightly trembled. Eternal Wind Academy. Jing Qiu, who had been in seclusion for more than a month, walked out of her own mage tower. Breathing the outside air, her face was full of smiles. In the sea of mages, every time she broke through a difficulty, she would feel joy and a sense of accomplishment from the bottom of her heart. This is really embarrassing. It's embarrassing the whole academy has so many students and teachers, but they were all reprimanded by the Eternal Wind Academy. 2 female mages walked side by side. A slightly plump female mage muttered, They say that our entire Eternal Wind Academy doesn't have a genius like Dongbua Shuiing. But speaking of which, we really can't compare to him. He was only 22 years old, but he was able to fight on par with Xiang Pengyan and finally died together. I've been in the academy for so long, but this is the first time I've seen the Eternal Wind Academy's dean. I didn't expect it to be because of Dongbua Shuiing. The Eternal Wind Academy's dean has been cultivating for 8 to 10 years. Many students have never had the chance to see the dean since they entered the academy. To be able to see him once is already a great fortune. I can hear that the dean is very sad about Dongbua Shuiing's matter. He told us. I guess it's to encourage us. That's right. Dongbua Shuiing didn't have a powerful teacher to guide him, and only trained by himself. Yet he was able to become so strong. Speaking of this, it's really a pity that such a genius died like this. The two female mages talked as they walked. Jing Qiu, on the other hand, was stunned. The Eternal Wind Academy's dean's appearance was a big deal, but there was another piece of news that shocked her even more. Dongbua Shuang, he. Jing Qiu was confused. He's dead. She could still remember the black-robed young man who had dashed towards her in the midst of her despair, in the midst of the countless rocks that had exploded. The black-robed young man who had used a shield to block all the falling rocks in the darkness, completely protecting her. The seemingly ordinary man, but he was like a huge mountain. Impossible! There must be something wrong with the news. There must be. Jing Qiu immediately ran to ask the others in the academy. Dongbua Shuang had no idea what was happening in the outside world. In the vast and majestic dilapidated main hall, Dongbua Shuang sat cross-legged, cultivating. The surging energy of the heavens and earth surged continuously into his body and was absorbed by his body. It had been almost 5 months since he fell into the black wind abyss. These days he had been cultivating, trying his best to increase his strength. Phew! Dongbua Shuang opened his eyes. They were very bright. Finally, my body has reached its limit. I can no longer increase it any further. Dongbua Shuang felt the vigorous power in his body. His speed, strength, and many other aspects had all reached an extremely shocking level. I should give it a try. There should be some hope of defeating these two transcendent alchemy creatures. Dongbua Shuang looked at the golden ape and golden rock in the distance. 5 months had passed, and these two transcendent alchemy creatures had not taken a single step out of the boundary. Chapter 79. Dongbua Shuang wielded the Fei Xue godly spear as he walked towards the two golden statues. The golden ape opened its eyes. Mortal, you're still coming? With your current strength, there's no hope for you. Perhaps there might be a surprise this time. Dongbua Shuang replied, after which a faint, blood-colored aura appeared on the surface of his body. The power bloodline was activated. South, Dongbua Shuang leaped out as his entire body was bathed in flames. The raging flames engulfed the surroundings, including the golden ape and the golden rock, which had its eyes closed. At the same time, he raised the spear in his hands up high, and with a might akin to the collision of stars, he smashed it down towards the golden ape. A head-on clash? Mortal, you're really reckless. The golden ape watched as Dongbua Shuang prepared his attack in midair, following which it waved its hands confidently as it welcomed the attack with its palm. In terms of strength, it was still very confident. Boom! The spear struck the golden palm furiously, and a powerful shockwave could be felt. The golden ape's arm could not help but bend, and its body was forced to take 3 heavy steps back. Its eyes were filled with shock, even though one side had prepared his attack, and the other side had casually received it. But to be able to force it to take 3 steps back, it was obvious that the strength of both sides was on par. Your strength is really great, monkey. However, this time, you're going to lose for sure. Dongbua Shuang was filled with confidence. The moment he landed on the ground, he dashed forward as fast as a specter. So fast! The golden ape hurriedly waved its long chains, which danced in the air as it tried to block Dongbua Shuang. Clang, clang, clang! Dongbua Shuang's speed was obviously much faster than before. His physique had improved tremendously, allowing his agility and many other aspects to reach new heights. Previously, he already had an advantage in terms of agility. Now, his advantage was even greater. The golden ape's chains were completely unable to hit Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang dodged them easily, and occasionally blocked with his spear. Bam, bam, bam. The spear lashed out again and again, hitting some of the joints of the golden ape's body, causing it to stagger. Little bird, I can't hold on any longer, the golden ape anxiously shouted. Monkey, you're really useless. A golden figure whizzed over. With a solemn expression, Dongbua Shui-ing exerted strength from his waist and abdomen as he swept out with his spear. Hong! The might of the spear directly collided with the golden rock's wings. The golden rock was forced to take a step back, and Dongbua Shui-ing also took a step back. "You have indeed improved greatly," said the golden rock hurriedly. Monkey joined forces. "All right," the golden ape replied. Suddenly, the golden rock took the initiative to dive in front of him. Its wings were like blades slashing over, and sometimes they were like palm leaf fans. The golden rock's speed was extremely fast, but its strength was slightly weaker than his own. Relying on his exquisite spear technique, he could completely suppress it, but the golden ape was waving the strange and unpredictable chain again and again behind him. The ape grabbed the chain with both of its hands, and the two ends of the chain would occasionally shoot out, whip, or entangle. Strange and unpredictable. A single chain combined with the golden rock, although Dongbua Shui-ing clearly had the upper hand. He was still unable to break free from the golden rock's entanglement. Damn it. Dongbua Shui-ing clenched his teeth. "The two of us have worked together for many years, and we specialize in entangling our enemies. Forget about you. Even some transcendents would find it hard to break free from us," the golden ape said confidently. "Although the two of us cannot defeat you, it is too easy to stop you." The golden rock was also very confident. With his spear, Dongbua Shui-ing fought against the two transcendent refiner organisms. His spear technique was exquisite, but he was unable to break free from the obstruction. Their creator is naturally a powerful transcendent mage. Dongbua Shui-ing understood. Mages have weak bodies, so they probably created these two refiner organisms to be used as shields to block their enemies. That way, mages would be able to easily cast powerful spells. This kind of meat shield might have weak attacks, but their defense and entanglement were top-notch. For example, these two transcendent refiner organisms. Their bodies were made of extraordinary materials, and he was unable to injure them. Their bodies were huge, and one of them was extremely fast. When they spread their wings, they could cover a distance of 20 to 30 meters. The other one had a strange and unpredictable chain. The chain's flying speed was much faster than his own movement speed. Time and time again, it would disrupt and disturb him. Could it be that I cannot defeat these two fellas? Dongbua Shui-ing was anxious. My strength has already reached a limit, and it is hard for me to increase it any further. Shui-ing used all his strength, but the golden rock and the golden ape, one in front and one behind, were like two walls blocking Shui-ing's way. They even used their bodies to block the entanglement. They were refiner organisms, and every part of their body could be used as a weapon. My food can only last me for another half a year. My only hope of leaving this place lies with these transcendent skeletons. An intense desire could be seen in Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes. There is no other way. This is my last option. Dongbua Shui-ing retreated out of the boundary. Giving up? The golden rock laughed coldly. "Mortal, you do have some strength, but it is a pity that you are still lacking to defeat us." The golden ape said. "Give up? How can I give up?" Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. "You guys are refiner organisms, and fighting will exhaust your energy, right? The more intense the battle, the more energy will be exhausted. You guys might be able to absorb energy from heaven and earth to replenish your energy, but the speed of replenishment will never be able to keep up with the rate of exhaustion. Once your energy is exhausted, you guys won't be able to move anymore, right?" The golden ape and the golden rock were slightly taken aback. "Take this." Dongbua Shui-ing wielded a spear, and flames surrounded him. He charged forward once again, but this time he did not activate his bloodline of power. Actually, even if he did not activate his bloodline, Dongbua Shui-ing's physical strength was already much stronger than 5 months ago. As for his speed and agility, it was even more impressive. His current body was not any weaker than Xiang Pengyun's body. This was because Dongbua Shuiying's human body was smaller, and his agility was even higher than that of the demonic beast. Rumble. Although Dongbua Shuiying was unable to gain the upper hand without activating his bloodline, he was still able to fight evenly with the Golden Rock and the Golden Ape with his exquisite spear techniques and agility. Mortal, are you really going to continue killing like this? The Golden Ape was getting anxious. Of course. How could Dongbua Shuiying give up on this hope of leaving this place? Any transcendent refiner organism had its own source of energy. Of course, it could make use of the formation within its body to absorb energy from the heavens and earth to replenish itself. However, this kind of replenishment was far from comparable to a real life. Monkey, perhaps our days of protection are coming to an end. The Golden Rock said. A complicated look appeared in the Golden Ape's eyes. Then he whipped his chain towards Dongbua Shuiying and said, Mortal, if you have the ability, exhaust both of our energy. No matter what, we will follow Master's orders and do our best to stop you. Come on then. Dongbua Shuiying saw hope, and he was naturally filled with fighting spirit. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours this time, the battle lasted for a full 18 hours. Only then did Dongbua Shuiying stop to rest due to exhaustion. The main reason was that the bloodline of power had used up too much of his stamina. Otherwise, he would have been able to last longer. Following that, he ate some food and absorbed the energy from the heavens and earth to replenish his stamina. Then he meditated to recover his energy. Just 6 hours later, Shuiying was as lively as a dragon and lively as a tiger. Again, the second long battle lasted for 3 days. After resting for 6 hours, he was full of energy again. Again, Dongbua Shuiying held the spear in his hand, and his body was bathed in flames as he attacked again. 15 days later, the Golden Ape and the Golden Rock sat down dispiritedly. You win. The Golden Ape's voice was slightly weak. What a freak. You humans recover too quickly. You only need 6 hours to fully recover. I'm afraid I will need 3 months to fully recover. There's no way I can continue fighting. He is a life form. We're just refiner organisms. The Golden Rock said. Both of their auras were weak, and they only had the strength to speak. If they were to continue fighting, they would not have the strength to do so. Dongbua Shuiying was excited. He smiled and said, Both of you, I won't stand on ceremony then. Actually, my master has been waiting for a successor. However, he did not expect it to be immortal. The Golden Ape shook his head and muttered. Dongbua Shuiying walked forward. He first looked at the octagonal pool. There was a crystal-clear liquid in the pool, and there was a thin layer of mist on the surface. With a light sniff, he could smell a refreshing scent. His entire body quivered, and it felt as though his fatigue had dissipated. He felt much more spirited. This caused Dongbua Shuiying's eyes to light up. What a good treasure! He then looked at the silver-robed skeleton sitting cross-legged on the stone bed in front of him. There was a silver bracelet on the stone bed next to the skeleton's right hand. He could tell that it was a storage bracelet with just a little sensing. Junior Dongbua Shuiying greets Senior. Dongbua Shuiying knelt down and paid his respects. Since he was able to obtain a treasure left behind by a transcendent, it was only right for him to pay his respects. Please forgive this junior for offending you. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Under the power of the heavens and earth, the silver bracelet flew from the stone bed to Dongbua Shuiying's hand. Instantly, he infused his battle chi into the bracelet and refined it easily, following which he carefully examined the silver bracelet. What a huge space! The moment he examined it, Dongbua Shuiying was stunned by the space within the silver bracelet. Chapter 80. The space inside the silver wristband was at least 30 meters long, wide and high. It was simply a super-large warehouse. Previously, Shuiying had obtained a storage ring that was 3 meters long, wide and high, which was worth nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. How much would this silver bracelet be worth? I'm afraid that gold coins no longer mean much to transcendents. They can easily obtain the wealth and power of the mortal world. Dongbua Shui Ing sighed inwardly. He then took a closer look at the other items within the silver bracelet. The silver bracelet was empty, and there were very few items within. However, each and every one of them made Dongbua Shui Ing feel that they were extraordinary. The most eye-catching item was a black inner armor. The inner armor was glowing with starlight, and the aura it emitted was so strong that even Dongbua Shui Ing felt suffocated. So strong! The other eye-catching item was a long staff. The entire staff was crimson in color, and the aura it emitted was equally strong. There was also a huge pile of dusty cobblestones. When piled up, it was as tall as a human. However, these seemingly ordinary cobblestones were also emitting a dense aura of heaven and earth energy. Other than that, there were some miscellaneous items. There were books, some gold coins, and other miscellaneous items. Who? Shui Ing walked to the side. With a wave of his hand, he took out all the items within the silver wristband and placed them on the ground of the great hall. He did not care about the other treasures and directly went to where the books were. Heavenly water. Dongbua Shui Ing sat down cross-legged and casually picked up a book. Flipping it open, he could not help but reveal a look of curiosity. Transcendent Do Qi cultivation technique. Do Qi cultivation techniques circulated among mortals, be it low grade, high grade, or even transcendent grade cultivation techniques, could only be cultivated to the transcendent realm. But after the transcendent realm, it was unknown. Only by stepping into the transcendent realm can one truly embark on the path of cultivation. This path is filled with difficulties and dangers. One must advance step by step. The final destination of the transcendent realm is to become a god. This book only briefly described the cultivation technique. After that, it was the detailed content of the cultivation technique. However, these few simple sentences caused Dongbua Shui Ing to be stunned. In many stories, there were deities. The Dragon Mountain Emperor was a deity. So this is the end of the extraordinary path. God. No wonder the Dragon Mountain Emperor was able to unify the world. Dongbua Shui Ing thought to himself as he flipped through the manual. This manual was, after all, a water attribute, Do Qi cultivation technique. It wasn't suitable for him at all. However, Dongbua Shui Ing had also gained a rough understanding of the transcendent path. After flipping through the book, Dongbua Shui Ing picked up another thick book, the illustration of all living things. Dongbua Shui Ing took a quick look at the introduction of all sorts of transcendent beings, and all of them were extremely mystical. However, this was not what he needed right now, so he picked up another book. Dongbua Shui Ing's eyes lit up. Found it. There were no words on the cover of the gold leaf book. As soon as he flipped it open, the first paragraph of text was, I, Sea God Palace Elder Leijin, I have lived for 1,500 years and have reached the end of my lifespan. This time I will go into seclusion. I will either die in this black wind deity palace or break through to the demigod realm. Dongbua Shui Ing was slightly stunned. Sea God Palace? It should be some transcendent power. 1,500 years? That was truly a long lifespan. He wants to break through to the demigod realm. Dongbua Shui Ing thought to himself. Previously, when I looked at the Do Qi cultivation techniques, the transcendent path was split into 3 stages: Sky Realm, Saint Realm, and Demigod Realm. It seems like this Sea God Palace Elder is a Saint Realm expert. Could it be that a Saint Realm expert can live for 1,500 years? Once he breaks through to the Demigod Realm, he can live even longer? Dongbua Shui Ing had many doubts. After all, his understanding of the transcendent world was too little. Following Dongbua Shui Ing, he continued to read the book. The next part of the book was more trivial. It was the memories of this transcendent expert, Lei Zhen, from his life. Infernal world? Demonic faction? Sorcerer god palace? Entering a small-scale world? Dongbua Shui Ing read through Lei Zhen's memories and got a glimpse of the transcendent world. Soon he reached the last page. In my life, I was already extremely lucky to be able to obtain the stone of oceanic boundary. Successor, during my closed-door cultivation, all my other treasures were either sold or exchanged for treasures that could help me break through. The remaining treasures were extremely few. I only had a top-grade saint ranked inner armor that could protect my life, and a low-grade saint ranked longstaff that could barely be used. If I failed to break through, what was the use of having a powerful weapon? Successor, if you were like me and only managed to enter by chance, these treasures that I left behind might be of some use to you. If you had defeated all the guards and gained control of the entire Black Wind Deity Palace, these treasures of mine would not be worth mentioning to you. Only the Stone of Oceanic Boundary would be of interest to you. Oh, right, the Stone of Oceanic Boundary is in that pool. Dongbua Shui Ing looked at the octagonal pool. He had read the memoirs of Lei Zhen, an extraordinary ranker, and he knew how precious the Stone of Oceanic Boundary was. It was the most precious core item that could be nurtured by a small world, and it was also the best treasure that Lei Zhen, a Saint-tier ranker, had managed to obtain after living for 1,500 years. It was not used for battle, but to assist in cultivation, and it was very helpful in breaking through bottlenecks. This kind of cultivation aid treasure was the lifeblood of transcendence. That pile of stones. Dongbua Shui Ing looked at the pile of pebbles at the side. So it's called Origin Stone. Before this Lei Zhen went into closed-door cultivation, he sold many of his treasures. Even a top-grade saint-ranked weapon that he frequently used was sold in exchange for many treasures, among which the most he exchanged for were origin stones. Origin stones were stones that contained the origin of a large world. They contained the most primitive energy of the world. They did not have any elemental attributes and did not burden the body at all. Thus, one's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Normally, Transcendents would not be willing to use origin stones to cultivate. They would only use origin stones when they needed to break through bottlenecks. Lei Zhen went into closed-door cultivation, and even until his death, he still left behind a large pile of origin stones. Latecomer, if you were to enter here by chance like me, I wonder which path you took. I will leave behind my map. Perhaps it would be easier than your path. I have studied it carefully, climbing down along the walls of the valley or climbing out. These are the most direct methods, but they are also extremely difficult. You need to avoid the guards. Furthermore, you need to be far away from the abode of gods, because the closer you are, the tighter the guards are. It is impossible to enter the god palace from the front. If you are lucky and patient enough, you might be able to climb out from the bottom of the valley. I once sent a few weak refiner organisms to climb, slowly. In total, I sent out 15 weak refiner organisms, but in the end, only one succeeded in climbing to the top of the Black Wind Cliff. When I was on the Black Wind Cliff, I obtained its detailed experience from the refiner organisms. The guards are indeed very tight, and this path of concealment is too difficult. The other path is the way I came in. In the past, I chased after an expert of the Sorcerer God Palace. I chased him into the underground lava river and finally succeeded in killing him. Beside the underground lava river, I found a crack in the rocks. I sensed that this crack was incomparably deep. I felt that this crack was a little strange, so I turned into a stream of water and drilled into the crack. After traveling for more than 1,000 kilometers, I finally reached the crack in the walls of the Black Wind Deity Palace and entered the Black Wind Deity Palace. The Black Wind Deity Palace was built by an extremely powerful senior in the past, Ancestor Black Wind. Ancestor Black Wind was a demigod, and he was the strongest demigod of that era. Until now, no transcendents have been able to kill their way into the Black Wind Deity Palace he left behind and obtain the treasures he left behind. From this, it can be seen how powerful he was. This is an underground hall of the Black Wind Deity Palace. My strength is weak, so I am unable to occupy the entire Black Wind Deity Palace. I can only enter an extremely small area of the Black Wind Deity Palace. The map of the exit, as well as the map of the Black Wind Deity Palace that I have explored, are all attached at the back of this book. Asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 81. There was a map at the back as well as a lot of detailed explanations. What? There's a door in the underground palace of the Black Wind Deity Palace that's connected to a large-scale world. Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. The map clearly indicated that there was a hidden door in the underground palace that he was cultivating in, which was connected to a large-scale, transcendent world. Previously, when he watched the 1,000 years of experience of the Sea Deity Palace Elder Leizhen, Dongbua Shui-ing had some understanding of the world that he was living in. The mortal world that he was living in was a very stable and perfect material world. The material world was vast and perfect. In the various parts of the material world, there were some spatial folds, spatial cracks, which gave birth to some imperfect, transcendent worlds. These transcendent worlds were divided into large-scale worlds and small-scale worlds. Because they were not perfect enough, these worlds condensed some special treasures. Even the origin core of the entire world would condense into a physical object. Many of the precious items that transcendence needed came from these worlds. For example, in a mortal world, not even a single origin stone could be dug out. What was an origin stone? It was a mineral formed from the energy of the heavens and earth that was used to nurture all living things. In a mortal world with perfect laws, all energy was used perfectly. Transcendence would not be able to find any strange items. However, the laws of those large-scale and small-scale worlds were too simple. Some of the mystical energy would directly condense into physical objects. Countless precious transcendent items would cause transcendence to go crazy over them. Therefore, although these worlds were simple, they were still called transcendent worlds. It was because there were many transcendent items. How rare is a large-scale world? Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. This place is actually connected to one. According to Elder Leizhen, there were a total of 8 large-scale transcendent worlds the humans had already discovered. Including the one that was connected to the Black Wind Deity Palace, there were a total of 9. Every unexplored large-scale world is a huge treasure. Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly shocked. No wonder Ancestor Black Wind built a cave palace here. A large-scale world, it was extremely precious. Once more people knew about it, it would definitely be snatched by the peak demigods. Demigods would go in and plunder, obtaining large amounts of transcendent items and resources. A large-scale world is extremely precious. In the appendix, Elder Leizhen advised, you must not expose it. Even good friends might plot against you. Elder Leizhen was in seclusion. He still held on to the hope that he could become a demigod. Furthermore, he had lived for 1,500 years and did not have any attachment to the mortal world. The secret of the Black Wind Deity Palace had never been leaked. Dongbua Shui enclosed the book with a contemplative look in his eyes. Although large worlds are precious, even demigods would go crazy over them. Dongbua Shui thought. However, Patriarch Black Wind might have already plundered it. Secondly, it's too far away from me. After all, I'm just a mortal. After that, Dongbua Shui took a quick look at the other books. Then, with a wave of his hand, he kept all the books. Only 2 strange talismans were left in his palm. They were the control talismans for the 2 transcendent alchemy creatures. With his Do Chi, he easily refined them. The golden ape and the golden rock immediately said, "Greetings, Master. When I leave the Black Wind Deity Palace, I will bring all of you with me." Dongbua Shui said, "Master, we've wanted to go out for a long time. The golden ape was excited. The golden rock was also filled with anticipation. Dongbua Shueing smiled. Since the two of you address each other as monkey and bird, I will address you as well. Master, you can call us whatever you want. The two transcendent alchemy creatures were extremely obedient. This was the advantage of alchemy creatures, absolute loyalty. Oh, right, is the stone of ocean world in this pool? Dongbua Shueing looked at the octagonal pool. Yes, the golden rock said. Back then, Old Master was worried that experts from the Sorcerer God Palace would discover this place. Therefore, he set up an array around the pool. As long as I crush this talisman, the array will explode. The power of the explosion is comparable to an all-out attack from Old Master. It might be able to kill the enemy. Even if it doesn't, the Stone of Ocean World will be completely destroyed. Moreover, there are some dangerous places in the Black Wind Deity Palace where experts from the Sorcerer God Palace will be killed. Dongbua Shueing nodded. The Sorcerer God Palace was an organization formed by the transcendence of the demonic beast clan. Humans and demonic beasts had a racial hatred. Even if the treasures that they had worked hard for were to be left for the fated ones, they would not let the outsiders benefit from it. Phew! Dongbua Shueing squatted down and scooped up some of the spiritual liquid from the pool with both of his hands. He drank a mouthful. A cooling sensation spread throughout his body. Every part of his body, be it his muscles, bones, internal organs, dantian, sea of qi, sea of consciousness, or even his soul, were all nourished. After the spiritual liquid's energy was rapidly absorbed, Dongbua Shueing's hunger disappeared completely. I'm not hungry anymore after drinking it. Dongbua Shueing smiled. Food is also energy. The golden ape laughed. The spiritual liquid from the Stone of Ocean World is naturally much more nourishing to the body than ordinary food. Old Master drank this spiritual liquid almost every day. The reason why he could become a peak stage saint expert is because of this spiritual liquid. Dongbua Shueing reached out his hand and fished out a strange jade stone from the pool. This jade stone was an ocean blue in color, with a faint ocean blue glow circulating on its surface. This jade stone had absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth. It was the core of a small world. Looking at it, one could not help but want to take a bite out of it. This desire to eat it was an instinct of life. I feel like eating it just by looking at it. Dongbua Shueing sighed. Don't eat it directly. It's too wasteful. The golden ape reminded him. If you put it in water, it will slowly dissolve. Ordinary water will be converted into spiritual liquid. Old Master had used it to convert spiritual liquid for close to 1,000 years, but only half of it has been dissolved. You need water. Dongbua Shueing frowned. I don't have any water. The spiritual liquid in this pool is enough for Master to use for 30 to 50 years. The golden ape said, After we leave this place, Master, you should prepare more water. Dongbua Shueing nodded. With a wave of his hand, the power of the heavens and earth swept the spiritual liquid into his storage treasure. This storage treasure was an independent space. There was no air or gravity inside. Once an item was moved to a certain place, it would not move again. The spiritual liquid floated in midair within the storage treasure. Following Dongbua Shueing, he walked towards the crack on the wall in the distance. The walls of the entire underground hall were filled with huge cracks. According to the markings on Senior Leijian's map, he came in through this crack. Dongbua Shueing looked at the crack in front of him. This crack was slightly slanted downwards. Dongbua Shueing took a step forward and walked along the crack. His body was bathed in flames, and the flames illuminated the pitch-black crack. As he walked, the crack became narrower and narrower. After walking for over 10 kilometers, the crack became so narrow that he could no longer move forward. Dongbua Shueing frowned. Senior Leijian transformed into a stream of water to follow the crack all the way to the Black Wind Deity Palace. I am only a mortal now. It is impossible for me to pass through it. If there was no path, he could dig one out from underground? Obviously, such an idea would not work. According to Senior Lejeun's description, the surrounding area of the Black Wind Deity Palace is a huge formation, including the surrounding mountains and plains. They are all within the range of the formation. Just like the bottom of the valley, it is also within the range of the formation. Within the range of the formation, there are a large number of guards patrolling the area. Those guards are very sensitive. If anyone dares to break the ground and dig a tunnel within the range of the formation, they will be discovered immediately. I can only follow the existing tunnel. I cannot destroy it. Dongbua Shueing was slightly troubled. Even Transcendence could not find a way out. What hope did he have? This crack is very narrow. Furthermore, it is over 1,000 kilometers long. Dongbua Shueing shook his head lightly. Only Transcendence can pass through it. Dongbua Shueing could only helplessly return to the dilapidated hall. He was currently immortal, even if he had the map of the other smaller areas of the Black Wind Deity Palace. He was still unable to enter. Looking at the empty hall, Yi Zichen, if he wanted to leave, he could only cultivate to the transcendent realm. Monkey birdie. Dongbua Shueing looked at the golden ape and golden rock and laughed. It seems like I, Dongbua Shueing, will only have the two of you as my companions for a long period of time. Chapter 82. There were two ways to become a transcendent. The first way was to transcend the body. The other way was to transcend the Do-Chi. Many pseudo-transcendents relied on external forces to transcend their bodies. However, their Do-Chi was still that of a legend ranker. Thus, compared to a true transcendent, their strength was very weak. They were only around the top 500 of the Dragon Mountain Book. However, there were still many legend rankers who risked their lives to fight for it, because once they became a pseudo-transcendent, their lifespan would increase exponentially. Facing a powerful legend ranker, they could still escape even if they couldn't defeat them. According to the legends, the second awakening of the primordial bloodline can also allow one to become a transcendent. Dongbua Shueing thought. Unfortunately, it seems to be very difficult. In Lei Zhan's memoirs, there were occasional mentions of the second awakening of the primordial bloodline. The first awakening would only allow one to be a hero among mortals. The second awakening would allow one to have some of the elegance of a true primordial life form. One must know that the peak of the primordial life forms were comparable to true gods. However, the primordial bloodline in mortals was too thin. Awakening once was already very rare. To want to awaken a second time, Lei Zhan's memoirs did not mention this in detail. However, Dongbua Shueing could faintly understand that it was extremely difficult. Now that I am trapped in this underground hall of the Black Wind Deity Palace, I have no other choice but to take the most normal path, transcend the Do-Chi. Dongbua Shueing thought, once the quality of the Do-Chi changes, after transcending the Do-Chi, the transcendent Do-Chi would permeate the body from the inside out, causing the body to transcend as well. This transcendent process was the safest, just like those pseudo-transcendents. When they had no hope of breaking through, they would use external forces to forcefully change their bodies, especially their brains. That was truly a narrow escape. Most of them would die. Only a few would succeed and become a pseudo-transcendent with a long lifespan. Who? Dongbua Shueing sat cross-legged on the smooth floor of the hall. The flames of heaven and earth flowed into his body and into his dantian. Inside his dantian's qi-si, a tiny round sphere was spinning. This was the solid Dan, formed by the solidification of a legend ranker's battle qi. I have to continuously nurture and polish this true Dan and finally produce a qualitative change. The true Dan will then produce a strand of transcendent Do-Chi, and after that, all the legend Do-Chi will be completely transformed into transcendent Do-Chi. Dongbua Shueing was also somewhat vexed. nurture, and polish produce a qualitative change. There was no shortcut to this path. Many legend rankers, like the transformed magical Beast Xiangpengyan and other monstrous geniuses in the top 100 and top 50 of the Dragon Mountain book, had been stuck at the legend rank for a very long time. They had been constantly nurturing and polishing themselves, until one day they suddenly broke through. I have reached the realm of myriad creations, and coincidentally, I have comprehended the profound mystery of the fire of myriad creations. Dongbua Shueing thought to himself, my Douqi is also a fire-type Douqi, coupled with the spiritual liquid from the stone of ocean boundary. I should be able to step into the transcendent realm much faster. The probability of a normal legend ranker stepping into the transcendent realm was extremely low. As for those who had grasped the realm of myriad existences, they were all ranked in the top 50 of the Dragon Mountain book. Their probability of stepping into the transcendent realm was much higher. Those who had grasped the realm of myriad existences were mostly over 100 years old. As for Dongbua Shueing, he was only 22 years old. He had plenty of time and was almost certain that he would be able to step into the transcendent realm. But how long would it take? 10 years? 50 years? 100 years? No one could say for sure. There's no use in being anxious. Calm your heart and take it one step at a time. Dongbua Shueing sat cross-legged, absorbing the heaven and earth flame qi and nourishing the true Dan within his body. Time was the most merciless. The snow on the Snorrock mountain melted and piled up and melted again. The trees and flowers on the mountain peak also withered and flourished. When Dongbua Shueing fell into the Black Wind Abyss, the Snow Eagle Territory's reputation was very big. Within the Tranquil Sun Province, and even outside of the Tranquil Sun Province, there were many discussions about it. But no matter how monstrous a genius was, a dead genius was no longer a genius. Within the Tranquil Sun Province, it was very rare to hear any discussions about Dongbua Shueing. Even within his hometown, Water Rights Town, there were very few discussions about Dongbua Shueing. After all, to them, Dongbua Shueing was just a passerby. But occasionally when they were drinking, they would sigh. Our Water Rights Town, in any case, had produced an extraordinary person. 3 years after Dongbua Shueing fell into the Black Wind Abyss, a piece of news shook the entire Azure River County and even the Tranquil Sun Province. Azure River County's proud daughter, Mage Jingqiu, had achieved one with the heavens and stepped into the legend rank. Stepping into the legend rank was not rare, but at the age of 28, she had become a legend rank mage. This was too rare. Mages and knights were different. Knights could comprehend the heavens and earth and break through in a single day. But mages had to slowly accumulate their knowledge, constantly dissecting and researching spell models. Only when they had truly dissected the heavens and earth could they achieve one with the heavens. Only 28 years old? That was indeed monstrous. Eternal Wind Academy. As the spring rain fell, the students of the Eternal Wind Academy were discussing about their female teacher, Mage Jingqiu. Although she could not be compared to Dongbua Shueing, that kind of monstrous genius that only appears once in 100 years, Jingqiu was still extraordinary. Even in the vast territory of the Dragon Mountain Empire, only one would appear once every 8 to 10 years. Jingqiu. A gentle voice sounded. Jingqiu was currently sitting in a pavilion, drinking tea and looking at the spring rain outside. She was indeed very excited after her breakthrough, but very quickly she thought of that monstrous genius. Teacher. Jingqiu turned her head to look at the source of the voice. She immediately stood up and saw a white-bearded old man holding an umbrella walking over. Jingqiu, have you thought it through? Which transcendent organization are you preparing to join? The white-bearded old man asked. Teacher, you, the principal, and many other legend rankers are all at the Water Taoist faction. Jingqiu said, Of course I will also go to the Water Taoist faction. The Water Taoist faction was an extremely large, transcendent organization. The Temple of the Earth God also values you. The conditions they gave you are also very good. Are you not going?" The white-bearded old man laughed. "The Temple of the Earth God has too many restrictions on my freedom." Jing Qiu lightly shook her head. "I do not like to fight and kill. I only want to be able to freely and peacefully research spells and the mysteries of nature." The white-bearded old man nodded. "Good. Then you should prepare yourself. In a few days, I will bring you to the northern, snowy plains water Taoist faction. After going to the Taoist faction, we will go to the infernal world. I have already told you about this before. You should make arrangements for mortal matters." "I understand." Jing Qiu nodded. At the bottom of the Black Wind Abyss, in the depths of the Black Wind Deity Palace, in a dilapidated hall, a black-clothed youth was currently bending his body. He held a dagger in his hand as he casually cut off his messy hair. With his control over his strength and the power of the world, he was able to sense every single strand of hair very precisely. Very quickly, he restored his hair to a simple and casual short hairstyle. When he was young, he had already gotten used to having short hair. After all, long hair was more troublesome, and he did not have the time to waste on it. Following which, flames appeared out of thin air, incinerating the hair that he had cut off into ashes. It had been 6 years. Dongbua Shuiying's expression did not seem to have changed much. The only difference was that his gaze had become more reserved. At the same time, his entire demeanor had become even more transcendent. After being trapped in the same place for 6 whole years, with only 2 transcendent refiner organisms to chat with him, how boring and depressing were those days. At the start, Dongbua Shuiying had also felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had been training his spear arts crazily since he was young, and had gradually gotten used to such loneliness. "Monkey, come, let's spar again." Dongbua Shuiying waved his hand, and the Fei Xue godly spear appeared in his hand. "Master, you only know how to bully me." The golden ape said bitterly, "I feel that there is something wrong with my spear arts. Stop grumbling and receive my spear first." Dongbua Shuiying was still pondering over the problem with his spear arts. Without any hesitation, he began to exchange blows with the golden ape. At the same time, he was also pondering over his spear arts. At the start, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with his spear arts. But the more he trained in the hall, the more he felt that there was something wrong with his spear arts. Chapter 83. Boom, boom, boom. Dongbua Shuiying's Fei Xue godly spear was like an enraged volcano. Its might was extremely ferocious, causing the golden ape to defend time and time again. Most of the time, it could only rely on its body to defend. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head. The fire of myriad creations shouldn't be like this. 6 years ago, when he had just comprehended the realm of myriad creations and killed Xiang Pengyin, Dongbua Shuiying's spear arts were extremely ferocious and violent, bringing with it the tyranny of flames. At that time, he was extremely delighted to execute it. But after 6 years of lonely cultivation, Dongbua Shuiying gradually realized the problem with his spear arts. When he attacked, the first strike would be extremely powerful, but after that he would just repeat the same moves. As long as the opponent got used to it, his moves would be useless. A true spear art shouldn't be like this. Dongbua Shuiying suddenly retreated. The golden ape looked at its master, who had already retreated 100 meters away in confusion. Dongbua Shuiying was actually practicing his spear arts by himself. A mortal's spear art should be both hard and soft, the combination of yin and yang. Why is it that now that I have reached the realm of myriad creations, I'm still pursuing hard and fierce? Dongbua Shuiying started to execute the world's most popular and most basic soul spear art. Every move was simple and natural, and even had a strange soft intent. Only by squatting can I jump higher. Retracting my fist is for the next punch. If I want my spear arts to be even more powerful and ferocious, I have to be even more reserved. Only by combining hard and soft can I become even more ferocious. Dongbua Shue Ing practiced his spear arts to his heart's content. All these years he had been pursuing hard and fierce in the profound mystery of fire. At this moment, he was pursuing that kind of soft strength. Just like that, he continued to practice. All the doubts that he had accumulated in his heart towards his spear arts for the past 6 years were now fully displayed. The more he practiced his spear arts like this, the happier he felt. Just like that, he practiced for a full 5 days. Suddenly, the Dongbua Shue Ing Fei Shue, godly spear spun, as if it could envelop the entire world and block everything. But suddenly, a stream of water appeared around the spinning spear. The stream of water spun along with the spear, forming a whirlpool of water that let out a gurgling sound. This was a stream of water that was naturally formed between heaven and earth. The water of the realm of myriad existences. Yes, that's the feeling. How wonderful. Extreme softness, the unending flow of water. What my spear art lacks is this kind of unending flow. What it lacks is extreme een and extreme softness. Dongbua Shue Ing's eyes were filled with joy when he saw the whirlpool of water formed by the spinning spear. Dongbua Shue Ing understood that he had comprehended a trace of the profoundness of water. Monkey, little bird, attack together! In his excitement, Dongbua Shue Ing's figure flashed as he dashed over. The golden ape and the golden rock looked at each other and immediately let out a strange cry as they attacked together. Boom! The golden ape slapped out with its huge palm. The spear in Dongbua Shue Ing's hand rotated and thrust it out. It had already completely deviated from some of the methods of the dark ice spear technique. When the spear thrust it out, it brought along a rotating stream of water. When the golden ape's big palm touched the tip of Dongbua Shue Ing's spear, it felt as if it had slapped an unceasingly rotating top. The tip of the spear was so slippery that it actually slid past the ape's palm and directly stabbed towards the golden ape's chest. Puchi! The spear stabbed into the golden ape's chest. The strange, rotating penetrative force caused the golden ape to feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was a transcendent gold refiner creature, and its material was extremely tough. Stab of the will spear art. Now, that Dongbua Shue Ing had walked on his own path, he naturally broke away from the shackles of the mystic ice spear art. After all, his path of spear art was different from Senior Guyuanhan's. At most, he had taken advantage of some of Senior Guyuanhan's outstanding points, such as the use of the rotating force. However, when Dongbua Shue Ing combined this rotating force with the profound mysteries of the water of myriad creations, its power increased exponentially. What technique is that? The golden rock was also puzzled as it flapped its wings over. Dongbua Shue Ing spun his spear. It was as if a huge whirlpool had appeared between the heavens and earth. When the golden rock swatted over, it felt as if the force was diverted to the side. Ha ha ha. Dongbua Shue Ing was extremely delighted. Little bird, monkey, the two of you better be careful now. Dongbua Shue Ing's spear danced in the air, flashing and interweaving between the two of them. If the previous Dongbua Shue Ing was extremely ferocious, then the current Dongbua Shue Ing was like a slippery loach. When he used his spear art to defend, it made it hard for the enemy to unleash their full strength. When he attacked, although his strength was not very strong, it was extremely unpredictable, making it hard for the enemy to grasp the changes in his strength. Furthermore, the penetrative force of the rotation was also extremely sinister. Pum! Occasionally, Dongbua Shue Ing's spear would suddenly burst forth with a ferocious might. Flames would naturally appear on the spear and fiercely lash out at the enemy. One was gentle while the other was ferocious, causing the enemy to feel like vomiting blood. This is more like it. This is what I want. While Dongbua Shueing was fighting, his spear art was gradually changing. Every move was continuous, causing the ferocious attacks of the fire of myriad creations to become even more threatening. Even the profound mysteries of fire was undergoing a transformation. Originally, the flames were only ferocious and had the power to burn and destroy everything. But now there was an additional trace of restraint, causing the ferocious attacks to be able to flow endlessly. There are similarities between fire and water, Yizichin said. Dongbua Shueing's profound mysteries of the fire of myriad creations was improving. Similarly, the water of myriad creations had also absorbed some of the essence of the profound mysteries of fire. It was no longer purely gentle, but instead there was a faint hint of ferociousness within it. Gentle as the body, ferociousness as the thread, it could flow endlessly. This was the current Dongbua Shueing's fire of myriad creations. Fierce as the body, gentle as the thread, it could flow endlessly. This was the current fire of myriad creations. Awesome. Awesome. Dongbua Shueing felt exceptionally exhilarated as he executed his spear art. Previously, he would always feel as though he was bursting with energy, then weakening and then being exhausted. After all, it was very tiring to be constantly using the fire of myriad creations. But now he was not tired at all. His spear art was endless. Even though he had comprehended the profound mysteries of the fire of myriad creations, he still had to slowly grind and nurture his battle chi. In the main hall, Dongbua Shueing was sitting cross-legged as he absorbed the power of the flames in the heavens and the earth to gradually polish the round, solid core in his body. Although he had been polishing and nurturing it for 6 years, he had yet to make a breakthrough. But today, when Dongbua Shueing guided the fire battle chi in his body, he naturally used the profound mysteries of the fire of myriad creations that he had already made a breakthrough in. When his battle chi was being nurtured and polished, it faintly carried a hint of gentleness. It could be fiercely polished or gently caressed. 1 hour, 2 hours, that round, solid core gradually changed. For the past 6 years, he had been drinking the spiritual liquid dissolved by the stone of the ocean boundary. The spiritual liquid had also nourished his body and the battle chi solid core in his dantian's sea of chi. Now, the battle chi nourishment had brought about a change in the profound mysteries of the fire of myriad creations. It was obviously helpful in nurturing and polishing his solid core. Buzz, the surface of the round, solid core gradually lit up as though it had been reborn. Traces of light appeared on the surface of the solid core. A trace of brilliance gradually appeared on the surface of the solid core. This brilliance gradually gathered and gradually formed a fog. This fog carried a faint red flame. However, this fog contained an incredible transcendent power. Although it seemed thin, any trace of it could easily cut through boulders and swords. Even weaker alchemy weapons would not be able to withstand its sharpness. Transcendent battle chi? Dongbua Shueing was instantly overjoyed. Chapter 84. Surprise, it came so suddenly. Dongbua Shueing was so excited that his head started to heat up and his blood started to boil. He had been trapped in the black wind abyss for 6 whole years and had always been looking forward to becoming a transcendent. However, in his heart, Dongbua Shueing was prepared to spend 20 or even 50 years to become a transcendent. But the truth was, he had become a transcendent in just 6 years. I've become a transcendent. I can go back. I can go home. Dongbua Shueing's mind was filled with scenes of many people. The outside world, his brother Qingshi, his parents, Uncle Zong, and Uncle Tong, the servants and soldiers in the castle, the mage by Yuanji, even Xian from the Dragon Mountain Manor, and Jing Qiu. After being alone for so long, Dongbua Shueing longed for the outside world. Once I become a transcendent, I can easily save my parents. Dongbua Shueing was so excited that tears started to form in his eyes. He then grinned and took a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. Rice needs to be eaten 1 bite at a time. Let's first completely transform my Do-Chi into a transcendent Do-Chi. Within the Dantian's Qi-Si, the surface of the round dantian that was emitting rays of light was constantly glowing and condensing into more and more mist. This faint red flame mist was becoming more and more dense. The first strand of transcendent Do-Chi was the most difficult to form, and the process would become faster and faster. A large amount of fiery red mist quickly pervaded the entire Dantian's Qi-Si. Ka, that round lump of solid Dan gradually began to crack. It was formed from the solidification of legend ranked Do-Chi. As it gradually cracked, the legend ranked Do-Chi was being swallowed by the transcendent Do-Chi, transforming it into transcendent Do-Chi. This process lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Within the Dantian's Qi-Si, not a single strand of legend-level Do-Chi was left. All that was left was this faint red flame mist. The power of the heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body. The transcendent Do-Chi was directly absorbed, and the power of the heaven and earth was continuously transformed into transcendent Do-Chi, until the Dantian's Qi-Si was filled to the brim. Dongbua Shui-ing immediately stopped. Now, my Do-Chi has already transcended. Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes were filled with anticipation. Now it's time for my body to transcend. Hiss! Traces of transcendent Do-Chi began to seep into his bones, skin, and muscles. In fact, when he was still immortal, he would also use Do-Chi to improve his body, so Dongbua Shui-ing was very familiar with it. However, the changes caused by transcendent Do-Chi were more obvious and exaggerated. His skin and muscles were absorbing the transcendent battle Chi and were quietly changing, turning into transcendence. His skin and fascia had also become tougher and more elastic, and there was even a qualitative change inside. Go. The bone marrow within the bones also began to change, and the blood produced by the bone marrow naturally, continuously evolved. The blood flowed through the entire body, through the internal organs, and even through the brain, causing the weaker internal organs and the weakest brain to silently change. The infiltration of his own extraordinary Qi was the safest way to transform the body. Everything was natural. For those pseudo-transcendent beings who borrowed external forces to forcefully modify their bodies, they were gambling with their lives. Even betting on this chance would require them to pay a hefty price. To them, it was worth it. After all, many legend rankers were already over 100 years old and were nearing the end of their lifespans. Even if they didn't risk it, they would still die of old age. So, it was better to risk it all. If they succeeded, their lifespan would immediately increase exponentially. My muscles, bones, skin, and muscles have all transcended. Now it's my internal organs and brain. Dongbua Shui-ing thought to himself. After going through the influence of the blood, his internal organs and brain had already undergone some transformations. At this moment, it was much easier for him to withstand the transcendent Do-Chi. Under the direct infiltration of the transcendent Do-Chi, his internal organs and brain were rapidly being absorbed and transformed. The minute substances produced by his internal organs flowed through his brain, causing his brain to continue transforming. After more than 2 hours, his internal organs had completely transformed. At this moment, Dongbua Shui-ing's transcendent Do-Chi finally seeped into his brain. Currently, his brain had already undergone several small transformations, and it was very safe for it to withstand the transcendent Do-Chi. Hung! Dongbua Shui-ing could feel his brain rumbling. During the transformation of his brain was burning hot, and even his ears were ringing. However, he was still able to maintain his calm. Gradually, the rumbling and burning hot feeling subsided, and what replaced it was an unprecedented clarity in his mind. Even his thinking speed had greatly increased. Furthermore, his eyes, nose, and ears had undergone some astonishing changes. His vision had greatly improved, and his vision was now able to clearly see a small earthworm 100 miles away. It was inconceivable. This was what it meant to be a transcendent. What a strange feeling. Dong Shui Ing looked at his surroundings. The originally desolate and desolate hall had suddenly become filled with colors, and the world had become incomparably beautiful, transcendent. Dong Shui Ing stretched out his hand, and a dagger appeared in his hand. He then stabbed it towards his arm. Hua! The dagger sliced through his arm, but his arm was like air, completely unharmed. It was as though the two of them were in different worlds. The dagger had clearly sliced through his arm, yet his arm was not affected in the slightest. Mortal substances and transcendent substances are completely different now. Dong Shui Ing exclaimed, "My body has completely transcended. Only transcendent substances are able to harm my body." That was why, no matter how many mortals there were, it was meaningless against transcendence. It was because they were unable to harm transcendence. Even the weakest pseudo-transcendents, like the top 50 legend rankers in the Dragon Mountain book, would need to use a weapon forged from a transcendent material, or the edge of the weapon would be covered with a layer of transcendent material. Only then would they be able to harm or even kill a pseudo-transcendent. However, if a pseudo-transcendent was focused on escaping, it would be very hard to kill them. My body should be able to transform. Dong Shui Ying's body started to transform. Goop goop, his body instantly turned soft, and very quickly it turned into a pool of liquid, following which the liquid condensed into a flowing liquid sphere. Ah, Master! The golden ape and golden rock, who were far away, were shocked to discover that their master had turned into a liquid sphere. Master has become a transcendent. The liquid sphere was constantly changing. Sometimes it would turn into a cube, sometimes it would turn into a blade, sometimes it would turn into a spear, after which it would completely disintegrate into countless particles. These countless particles were the most minute state that a transcendent body could disintegrate into. Finally, he returned to his original human form. A transcendent body is truly mystical. Dong Shui Ing was extremely shocked. However, in a life and death battle, it was still better to maintain his human form. His other forms were much weaker in terms of defense and combat power. Flate. Dong Shui Ying's body instantly turned into a flame that looked like a shooting star. In an instant, it circled around the hall at high speed, following which it started to fly even more ferociously. Circle after circle, like a ray of light, countless flame-like halos appeared in the hall. After flying to its heart's content for a while, the flame descended and turned into Dong Shui Ying. Again, turned into water. Dong Shui Ying's body instantly turned into a stream of water. The stream of water continued to fly at high speed in the hall. It even turned into an S shape and flew freely for a while before stopping. How satisfying! Dong Shui Ying revealed a joyful expression. Transcendents could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground by borrowing the power of heaven and earth. If one was able to step into the transcendent realm with only the realm of the unity of heaven and man, the transcendent body would turn into countless particles and attach themselves to the power of heaven and earth. With the help of the power of heaven and earth, the particles would be able to fly at high speed. Therefore, the flying speed of transcendence was extremely shocking. Flying in the air was the easiest. Traveling underground and in places like seawater would be obstructed, and the speed would be much slower. And if one reached the realm of myriad creations, one's body particles could be attached to the flames of heaven and earth, or the water of heaven and earth, and their speed would be even faster and more powerful. Moreover, different profound mysteries of all creations brought about different flying effects. For example, mastering the profound mysteries of the earth and attaching his power to the power of the earth would allow him to travel through the earth at an extremely fast speed. Attached to the flow of water, it could fly extremely fast in the sea and rivers. Experts who had mastered other profound mysteries would fly much slower. Some who had mastered the profound mysteries of space could even teleport. Of course, it was extremely difficult to master the profound mysteries of space. After landing, Dongbo Shueing felt extremely carefree. The feeling of flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground is truly exhilarating. I feel free and unrestrained. Previously I was a mortal and was unable to look at some of the places in the Black Wind Deity Palace recorded by Senior Lejeune. Now, I should go take a look and broaden my horizons. After that, it's time to go home. Dongbo Shueing was filled with joy. When Dongbo Shueing landed on the ground, the Golden Ape and Golden Rock came over and said in unison, "Congratulations, Master, for becoming a transcendent." Chapter 85. Haha, it's just that my clothes are a little troublesome when I fly. Dongbo Shueing was in a good mood. After flying, his clothes were instantly kept into his storage bracelet. The storage bracelet left behind by Senior Lejeune was also a transcendent saint low-grade item. As a transcendent item, it could also turn into particles. However, particle forms were not suitable for battle. Without any armor or any other protective items, it would be easy for one to suffer when encountering an opponent of the same level. Human form was the strongest form in battle. Master, when you join a transcendent organization, you will be bestowed with some basic transcendent items. The Golden Ape said, "N." Dongbo Shueing nodded his head. Over the past 6 years, he had interacted with these two transcendent refiner organisms and talked about many things regarding transcendence. For example, some transcendent organizations, Sorcerer God Palace, Demonic Faction, Temple of the Earth God, Bloodshed Tavern. Dongbo Shueing had some understanding of them. Of course, the monkey and bird were only refiner organisms, so their understanding was only on the surface. Let's go and take a look at the world entrance. Dongbo Shueing smiled. The world entrance is over there. The Golden Ape and the Golden Rock helped to guide the way. Because of the map, Dongbo Shueing already knew the location of the world entrance. On a seemingly ordinary crystal wall in the hall, Dongbo Shueing stretched out his right hand. Instantly, a blazing red aura flew out from his palm and enveloped the wall. Following that, the wall changed, revealing an ancient door that was 100 meters tall. At the same time, a ripple was transmitted from the door, directly into Dongbo Shueing's mind. "I, Black Wind." On the other side of this door is a large-scale, transcendent world. Those who have not reached the Saint Realm are not allowed to enter. The ripple transmitted a map and some notes. The map was the world behind this door. As expected of a large-scale world, there are actually demigods. Dongbo Shueing was a little fearful after understanding the annotations on the map. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, before the master of the Black Wind Deity Palace died, there was a demigod in the large-scale world. The master of the Black Wind Deity Palace was too powerful back then, and that demigod was so frightened that he went into hiding. As for now, that demigod must have died of old age, but it was likely that another demigod would be born. This kind of world was extremely dangerous, but it was also an astonishing treasure trove. Right now, my strength is too weak. If I enter, I'll just be sending myself to death. Dongbo Shueing shook his head. After saying that, he turned around and left. In this underground hall, there was another main door, but it required extraordinary power to open. Rumble! Dongbo Shueing's transcendent Do Chi seeped into the door and activated the mechanism. Instantly, a huge door appeared on the smooth crystal wall. The door rose with a rumble, revealing a series of green stairs behind it. Back then, Old Master had only swept through a small area around this area. The Golden Ape said helplessly he only swept through some of the more remote areas near this underground hall. The truly important areas are guarded by protectors. There's no way to advance any further. Senior Lejeune, what's your harvest after sweeping through this place? Dongbo Shueing asked. These are all items that the master of the Black Wind Deity Palace casually placed here. However, to Old Master, it can be considered as a huge profit. The ape said, the layout of the deity palace was extremely complicated. Many places were obviously used by the master of the deity palace for his experiments. Of course, some of the valuable items were gone. It was likely that Elder Lei Zhen had taken them away. There's no way to advance any further. The golden ape said, it's because of these two? Dongbua Shui, Ying pointed to the front. There were two statues that looked like lions on both sides of the wide passageway. Just the two of them. The golden rock rarely spoke. Its eyes were cold and calm. Both of them are at the peak of the saint rank. Old Master was unable to break through their obstruction. Peak of the saint rank? Dongbua Shui Ying was speechless. How extravagant. Refiner organisms were different from humans. Humans would die of old age. However, refiner organisms were truly immortal. Therefore, refiner organisms could be passed down to their descendants. Take Lei Zhen, for example. As an elder of the Sea Deity Palace and a peak of the saint rank expert, he only left behind two Sky Realm initial phase refiner organisms. Of course, this was because Lei Zhen had sold off many of his treasures for his closed-door cultivation. However, at Lei Zhen's level, it was very difficult to obtain a refiner organism with the strength of a saint rank. Two peak of the saint rank refiner organisms were casually placed in the palace. Dongbua Shui Ying recalled the black-armored soldier that he had killed before. That black-armored soldier was condensed from black fog and wasn't a refiner organism. Old Master once said that the master of the Black Wind Deity Palace was an extremely terrifying demigod mage. Even until now, no transcendents have been able to break through the array of the Black Wind Deity Palace. The Golden Ape said, the difficulty of breaking through this array is much harder than sweeping through a large-scale, transcendent world. These two refiner organisms are merely the tip of the iceberg of the entire Black Wind Deity Palace's defensive power. The Golden Rock said, Master, do you see that? There's a faint arc there. I know. Senior Lei Zhen mentioned it before. Dongbua Shui Ying nodded his head. There were many patterns on the ground. There was indeed a large arc around the corridor. This arc might have been left behind by the Black Wind Deity Palace's master for some of his assistants in the past. It was to warn them not to step into this arc. Once they did, they would immediately be attacked. Let's give it a try. Dongbua Shui Ying flipped his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped dart. He flicked his wrist. South, the dart was enveloped in flame chi and instantly turned into a flaming meteor as it flew towards one of the lion beast sculptures. The lion beast sculpture suddenly opened its eyes. Xiu! Xiu! Two scarlet rays of light shot out from its eyes and landed on the silver coin at the same time. The silver coin instantly turned into ashes with a chi sound. Dongbua Shui Ying was secretly speechless. The lion beast sculpture coldly looked at Dongbua Shui Ying before closing its eyes. There wasn't a trace of life coming from it. It was just like an ordinary sculpture. Fortunately, it is extremely loyal to the Deity Palace's master's orders. It will not attack any life forms outside the arc. Dongbua Shui Ying revealed a smile. All right, I've seen everything. Monkey, little bird, let's go. It's time for us to leave. He was only trying to understand it a little. With his current strength, forget about conquering this deity palace. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter a large-scale, transcendent world. After all, he had just stepped into the transcendent realm. He walked to one of the cracks on the wall of the underground hall. It's time to go home. Dongbua Shui Ying waved his hand. The golden ape and golden rock beside him didn't resist at all. They were directly swept up by the heaven and earth energy and kept into his storage bracelet. Storage treasures were unable to store life forms. However, corpses and refiner organisms could be stored. Let's go. Who? In an instant, Dongbua Shui Ying turned into a ray of flame and flew into the crack. As he went deeper into the crack became narrower and narrower. Dongbua Shuiying's flying speed was extremely fast. As the crack became narrower and narrower, it connected with some of the existing cracks underground, forming a fork. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for a single attack to travel over 1,000 li. Fortunately, Dongbua Shuiying had memorized the map left behind by Raisin. Hence, the fork did not affect him at all. As he flew, there were some places that were extremely narrow. The flame pierced through them. In just the time taken to brew a cup of tea, hoo, the scorching lava river flowed slowly. The cracks on the mountain rocks were also blocked by lava. Xiao, a ray of flame shot out from the blocked lava river and turned into a black-robed young man in the air above the lava river. Lava river! Dongbua Shuiying looked at the lava river in front of him and revealed a look of joy. I'm out. In the time taken to brew a cup of tea, they traveled over 1,000 li and arrived at the lava river. This is the Wuya volcano. Dongbua Shuiying turned into a stream of water. The stream of water flew at high speed. Although its speed was slower than the flame, it was relatively more stealthy. In a few breaths' time, a stream of water flew out from the crater of the volcano and into the clouds. This volcano was only 1,200 li away from Water Rights Town's Snorrock Mountain. It was one of the more famous volcanoes in Azure River County, called the Wuya volcano. Dongbua Shuiying was very familiar with it. In the dark night, a bright moon hung in the sky. A stream of water flew through the clouds at high speed. Very quickly, it flew over 1,200 li hu. The stream of water turned into a black-robed young man. The black-robed young man descended slowly and passed through the clouds. He looked down at the tall mountain that he grew up on and the familiar castle on top of it. I'm back. A smile appeared on Dongbua Shuiying's face. Chapter 86. Looking downwards, Shuiying's emotions surged. He could not control himself. He could clearly see the main building of Snow Rock Castle. His parents weren't here, and he wasn't here either. Only his younger brother and his personal servants lived in the main building. Currently, there was only one room in the main building that was still lit. That room was the study room that Dongbua Shuiying used to use. It was already late at night, and the servants wouldn't dare to stay in the study room. Whoosh! Dongbua Shuiying's figure flashed and disappeared in midair. Then he silently appeared in the corridor outside the study room. He stood in the corridor and looked inside through the window. In the study room, there was a handsome young man sitting there. There was a large amount of paper on the table, and on the paper there were spell models. Dongbua Shuiying stood outside the window and looked at him. Qingshi, you've grown taller and more mature. Dongbua Shuiying smiled and looked at him. He's still studying spells at this late hour. This kid has never been so hardworking in the past. The handsome young man who was leaning on the desk and pondering carefully raised his head as if he sensed something. Through the transparent window he saw a figure outside. He was instantly stunned. He rubbed his eyes and widened his eyes to take a closer look. Who? Instantly, he stood up and rushed to the door of the study room. He opened the door and looked at the young man in black. Brother, is that you? Am I hallucinating? Qingshi couldn't believe it. Although he had been saying that his brother, Dongbua Shuiying, would definitely return, his rationality told him that there was more than a 90% chance that his brother had fallen into the black wind abyss and died. I'm back. Why? Do you want me to die? Dongbua Shuiying smiled. Qingshi reached out and hugged Dongbua Shuiying. His tears instantly soaked his clothes. Dongbua Shuiying touched Qingshi's head. Suddenly he was stunned. In the past, when he touched his brother's head, he was much shorter than him, but now he was almost as tall as him. But he's still so handsome. With this face, he won't have to worry about food and clothing. Dongbua Shuiying, who was in a good mood, mumbled to himself, I'll tell Uncle Zong and Uncle Tong. Qingshi let go of Dongbua Shuiying. He recalled something and said, all these years, Uncle Zong and Uncle Tong have been thinking about you. Dongbu Shui nodded. I'll go with you. Late at night, in the dining hall of Snorok Castle, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Even the chefs of the castle had woken up overnight to prepare delicious food. They weren't impatient at all. Instead, they were excited because they had heard that the great lord of Snorok Castle, Lord Dongbu Shui, had returned. The future of Snorok Castle would definitely be better. Pass down my order. All the soldiers and servants in the castle will have their wages increased tenfold this month. Qing Shi shouted excitedly in the dining hall. Thank you, young master. I will pass on the order. The maid was excited. At the dining hall's dining table, wine and snacks were placed on the table. As for the delicacies, they were still being prepared. The entire Snorok Castle was lit up. Even the sleeping soldiers and servants woke up. Many of them woke up with sleepy eyes. Just as they were about to leave the room, they heard their companions say, "Ergo, why are you still in a daze? The Lord is back. Our Lord is back." What Lord is back? It's young Master Snow Eagle. What? Countless soldiers and servants were in an uproar. Their Snorok Castle's most amazing lord was back, especially when they heard that their wages would be increased tenfold this month. In the dining hall, Dongbu Shui, Zhongling, Tong San, and Qing Shi were all there. Look at how excited you are. Dongbu Shui laughed. All right, what's going on? Why are the servants calling you young master? I've been gone for 6 years. You should have inherited the position of lord by now. At Dongbu Shui's level of power, the position of lord was indeed nothing. Snow Eagle. Zongling's face was also full of smiles. You don't know, when you fell into the Black Wind Abyss, many people in the castle wanted Qing Shi to inherit the position of lord. But Qing Shi refused no matter what. He even said that he would wait for you. Even if it was 50 years or 100 years, he would wait until he died. As long as he is alive, the position of lord will always be empty. I knew it, my brother would definitely come back. See, isn't he back now? Qing Shi said proudly. Qing Shi's spirit is different. It's been 6 years, but I've never seen you beaming with joy. Tong Sen also laughed. Uncle Tong, don't talk about me. Look at you. You're smiling so much that your mouth is about to fall off. Qing Shi teased. I'm happy today, ha ha ha. Tong Sen laughed. Dongbu Shui watched with a smile. He could feel the joy and excitement of these close relatives in front of him. Although Uncle Tong and Uncle Zong were not related to him by blood, they treated him like a nephew. That's right, Snow Eagle. How did you come up from the Black Wind Abyss? Zhongling asked. When I fell down, I borrowed the wings of Xiang Pengyan's demonic beast corpse and luckily didn't fall to my death. After that, I spent 6 years to climb up from the bottom of the valley. Dongbu Shui said the words that he had long prepared. The news of him escaping from another secret crack must not be leaked. If it was leaked, there would probably be experts that would immediately go in and wipe out that large-scale world. Although Dongbu Shui was not an evil person, he was not selfless to this extent. 6 years to climb up? Tong Sen was shocked. In the depths of the Black Wind Abyss, there is a transcendent expert's cave palace. There are many guards around it, and it is very dangerous. Dongbu Shui said simply. Almost all transcendents knew about the Black Wind Deity Palace, so there was no need to keep it a secret. My strength is too weak, and I don't dare to go near those guards. I can only hide as far away as possible. To climb out from the bottom of the valley, I had to climb slowly and carefully without alarming any of the guards. If they were alarmed, then it would be over. I was lucky enough to become a transcendent, so I carefully climbed out. This was the speech that he had long prepared. In any case, no one could confront him. You don't believe me? Go down and try it yourself. Lucky enough to become a transcendent. Zhongling, Tong San, and Qing Shi only had these words in their minds. Snow Eagle, you've become a transcendent. Zhongling was the first to react. Dongbua Shueing nodded. There was no need to hide it, because he would soon join a transcendent organization and go to the infernal world. Water Rights Town, Dragon Mountain Manor. Although there was a glimmer of light in the sky, the moon was still hanging high in the sky. The entire Water Rights Town was very quiet. Most of the people were sleeping, and only a few peddlers had woken up early to prepare. At this time, Water Rights Town's Manor Lord C and was still sleeping soundly. Manor Lord, Manor Lord. The white-haired old man Yu-Tu's eyes were still wet, but his face was flushed with excitement as he knocked on the door. Creak! The door opened. Manor Lord C and's eyes were still a little blurry. Wearing slippers, he glanced at the people outside and said with dissatisfaction, "You-Tu, why are you shouting so early? Look, the sky isn't even bright yet." "There's a big matter, a big matter," Yu-Tu said. "What's more important than my sleep? Tell me," Manor Lord Cian said, other than the incident with Dongbua Shueing that kept him busy for a while. His days afterwards were very ordinary. "It's Dongbua Shueing," Yu-Tu said. "Dongbua Shueing is back." Manor Lord C and blinked twice, then widened his eyes. "Dongbua Shueing is back? Is the news correct?" "Yes, it's definitely correct. The entire Snorrock Castle has been cheering and bustling the entire night. All the soldiers' and servants' wages have been increased by 10 times this month," Yu-Tu said. Many servants saw Dongbua Shueing eating and chatting with his younger brother in the dining hall. They chatted for half the night. "My God, he fell into the black wind abyss and still came out alive?" Manor Lord Cian said in disbelief. Really, he was very pained at that time. He felt that it was a pity for a dazzling character to suddenly fall. But 6 years later, this Dongbua Shueing actually came back. "Shouldn't we report this news to the higher-ups?" Yu-Tu reminded. "Yes, report it." Manor Lord Cian immediately sobered up and ordered, "I'll send the news now. Immediately arrange for carriages and horses. In a while, I will immediately set off for Snorrock Castle. Send people to the city gates in advance and open the gates as soon as possible." It was still too early. It wasn't time to open the gates yet. "Yes," Yu-Tu said. Dragon Mountain Manor had their own special communication method. Manor Lord C and quickly reported the news to his superiors. He couldn't be bothered to care about how much of a commotion this news would cause. He didn't even have time to eat. After casually eating a few mouthfuls of snacks, he immediately rode his horse and led his group of subordinates straight towards Snorrock Castle. Chapter 87. Early in the morning, the air was fresh. As Dongbua Shueing walked out of the castle's main gate, the soldiers at the gate excitedly puffed out their chests. "Lord!" Looking at these soldiers, he found some familiar faces. Casually walking on the peak of Snorrock Mountain, he looked down at the beautiful scenery of the territory, the villages, and the flowing river. Shueing took a deep breath, inhaling fresh air. The familiar smell of the air was much fresher than the air in the underground Great Hall of the Black Wind Deity Palace. There was also the smell of flowers and grass, as well as some earthy smell. "His lordship," a voice rang out. Dongbua Shueing turned his head and saw Bai Yuanji walking towards him. "Great mage." Dongbua Shueing was quite respectful towards his brother's teacher. "In front of Lord, I don't dare to call myself Great Mage," Bai Yuanji replied. He did not know that Dongbua Shueing had become a transcendent, but killing Xiang Pengyan was enough for him to lower his position in front of Dongbua Shueing. "If Lord thinks highly of this old man, you can call me Great Mage Bai." Dongbua Shueing nodded slightly. "When I heard that Lord had returned last night, I didn't dare to disturb you." Bai Yuanji smiled. "Congratulations, Lord, for returning safely from the Black Wind Abyss. The Black Wind Abyss is extremely dangerous. Throughout the ages, there has never been a legend ranker who managed to come out alive. Lord, you are the first." "Not really," Dongbua Shueing replied. He was a transcendent. Wanting to escape from the abyss with the strength of a legend rancor was too difficult. Right. How are Jirong and Yu? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. Although he had chatted with his brother for a long time last night, Jirong was his brother's ex-girlfriend, so he did not ask about it. Lord, you have just returned and do not know. Wizard by Yuan Ji sighed. That Jirong. Even I did not expect her to be a believer of the evil god. I only found out about it when Tower Lord Xian came to my place to investigate. Followers of the evil god. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. The Dragon Mountain Manor's deduction was indeed very accurate. As for Kong Yu, just half a year after Lord fell into the Black Wind Abyss, she followed Mage Sichin to the Azure River County. Great Master by Yuan Ji said. He was also paying close attention to Dongbua Shui-ing's expression. He was also an experienced man. He had long understood the complicated relationship between Yu, Sichin, and Dongbua Shui-ing. Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. Impressive. Now he viewed these matters more detachedly. He did not have much hatred towards Kong Yu, but he felt that this girl was scheming enough. Now she could be considered to have climbed into the sea family. Clack, clack, clack. The earth trembled faintly. Dongbua Shui-ing turned his head and saw a group of cavalry galloping on the mountain path in the distance. The one leading the group was none other than Manor Lord Si, and it's Manor Lord Si, and by Yuanji said, Since you've arrived here so early, I'm afraid that Manor Lord Si and set off from Water Rights Town before the sun rose. You must have some important matters to attend to, so I won't be a hindrance. With that, Bai Yuanji smiled and left. From afar, Manor Lord Si and saw Dongbua Shui-ing standing at the edge of the mountain. Without slowing down, he rode his horse towards Dongbua Shui-ing. Neigh, neigh, the horse's hooves raised and stopped. Manor Lord Si and leapt down and casually left the horse behind, leaving it to his subordinates to look after it. Lord Dongbua. Si-en's face was full of joy. When I heard that Lord had returned, I couldn't believe it. This is truly a miracle, a miracle. I have already reported the news. I believe that it won't be long before a transcendent will come and lead Lord into a transcendent force. Those who are ranked in the top 3,000 of the Dragon Mountain Book, as well as those who are deemed worthy of training, would normally be led into a transcendent force for training. Even if they were nurtured, the number of people who could step into the transcendent realm was still pitifully small. Thus, people like Si Lianghong, Xiang Pengyin, and the others had entered a transcendent force before, but they still couldn't break through and step into the transcendent realm. Oh, Dongbua Shui-ing frowned. I want to make a trip to the Eastfield province to bring my parents back. You said that a transcendent will be coming. When do you estimate they will arrive? Lord Dongbua, please don't. It's better for you to stay in Snorrock Castle. My Dragon Mountain Book spreads news very quickly, and the transcendents travel very quickly as well. I estimate that within 1 or 2 days, a transcendent will arrive. Xian said, What a joke! If a transcendent expert came to lead a legend rancor, how could he let the transcendent expert make a wasted trip? Dongbua Shui-ing nodded slightly. 1 or 2 days. That's enough. I will set off for the Eastfield province, Bellfeather County. I will definitely be back before nightfall. You. Xian was somewhat stunned. You will be back before nightfall? 2 provinces, If one were to slowly travel along the roads on land, it would be a total of hundreds of thousands of miles. Return before nightfall? From here to the Eastfield province, Bellfeather County, the straight line distance is only 80,000 miles. Dongbua Shui-ing said, A round trip is a total of 160,000 miles. Even with a top-notch refiner flying ship, if one were to fly with all their might, they would only be able to travel 5,000 miles in 2 hours. In a day of 24 hours, we would only be able to fly 60,000 miles. There is still a long way to go. Manor Lord Si and was still somewhat puzzled. No, I will fly there myself. Dongbua Shuang laughed. Manor Lord Xian was stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Dongbua Shuang. Lord Dongbua, you have already hung. A layer of flame-like dough qi immediately appeared on the surface of Dongbua Shuang's body. The invisible pressure made Manor Lord Xian feel suffocated. Following that, Dongbua Shuang retracted the dough qi on the surface of his body. You believe me now? Dongbua Shuang looked at him. I believe you. Manor Lord Xian's mind was still in a daze. Dongbua Shuang was only 28 years old, and he had already become a transcendent? Such a monster! In the past 1,000 years, only the eternal Wind Knight, Qiu Qi Bai, could match up to him. Who was Qiu Qi Bai? He was the #1 expert in the entire Tranquil Sun province. Many powers thought highly of him and believed that in the future, Qiu Qi Bai would become the #1 expert under the heavens. For example, the protectors of the Black Wind Deity Palace also thought highly of Qiu Qi Bai. They believed that Qiu Qi Bai had hopes of breaking through the array. Lord Dongbua, Lord Dongbua. Manor Lord Xian was slightly nervous. He was just a lowly person in charge of a remote Dragon Mountain manor. What was he worth in front of a transcendent? For example, the Sea clan and the Emoyang clan. Manor Lord Xian was a deterrent. But in front of a true transcendent, those clans would tremble in fear. From this, one could see the difference in status between the two parties. We've known each other since I was 15 years old. Dongbua Shuang smiled. No need to be so polite. Good, good. Manor Lord Xian was a little flustered. A transcendent had appeared within his jurisdiction. This was something that only a few of the lowly people in charge of the world would encounter. This was because legend rankers would usually be recruited into transcendent organizations. How could a transcendent suddenly appear and require their Dragon Mountain Manor to pass on a message? I'll immediately pass on the message. This matter is too big, Manor Lord Xian said. Lord Dongbua, I believe that the 6 big transcendent organizations, even the demonic faction and Sorcerer Palace, will be involved. As he spoke, Manor Lord Xian flipped his hand and a square crystal card appeared. Manor Lord Xian began to write some words on the crystal card. Dongbua Shuang watched on. This was the lowest grade communication tool. It should be able to pass on the message to the Azure River County's Dragon Mountain Manor. For transcendent experts, their communication crystal cards could be used to transmit messages directly through their consciousness. The range of transmission could even cover the entire world. The news has been spread. Manor Lord Xian's fingers trembled as he pressed on the transmission button. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Dongbua Shuang. Sorry for the trouble, Dongbua Shuang said. This has always been my duty. Manor Lord Xian grinned. It is my honor. Lord Dongbua, your matter is too big. It will definitely be reported to the higher-ups of the transcendent organizations. I'm afraid that it will take a long time. The Bloodshed Tavern and the Temple of the Earth God will probably arrive in 1 or 2 days. As you are a newly advanced transcendent, there will be many transcendent organizations coming to invite you. Dongbua Shuang lightly nodded. This was within his expectations. After chatting with Monkey and Little Bird, he had some understanding of the transcendent organizations in the world. That was why he took the initiative to reveal the news of him becoming a transcendent to Manor Lord Xian, allowing him to spread the news. This was so that the various organizations would take the initiative to invite him. After all, on the path of cultivation, external resources were also very important. With competition from various organizations, he would have a better chance of choosing a transcendent organization. I'll first make a trip to the Eastfield Province's Emoyang clan. I'll wait for you transcendents when I return, Dongbua Shuang said. With a whoosh, he transformed into a flame and soared into the sky. In an instant, he disappeared from Manor Lord Xian's vision. Manor Lord Xian raised his head in a daze. He muttered, "Our water rights town also produced a transcendent." Who? Within the clouds, he transformed into a flaming meteor, flying at high speed. He set off in the early morning. For hours later, before noon, Dongbua Shwe-ing had already flown to the easternmost part of Eastfield Province's Bellfeather County, near the sea, Thunder Tide shore. Mother. The flames in the sky condensed into a black-robed youth. He looked down, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. Dongbua Shwe-ing instantly discovered the place where his mother was imprisoned. Chapter 88. The moment he sensed it, Dongbua Shwe-ing's facial expression changed. Shwa. In an instant he appeared in front of a heavy door of one of the caves in the Thunder Tide shore. Dongbua Shwe-ing extended his hand and grabbed the chain on the door. His hand was trembling slightly. Chi! The chain that could only be destroyed by a legend rancor started to crumble under Dongbua Shwe-ing's hand. Kwang! Dongbua Shwe-ing gently opened the door. Within the cold and damp cave, a white-haired, purple-robed figure was sitting in a corner. She was silent. Because this cave was near the sea, it was already very humid. Back then, Mo-yang, you could still use spells to clear the humidity. But now, the environment here was obviously much worse. Rumble! The seawater outside seemed to be crashing endlessly. Dongbua Shwe-ing walked over slowly and sat by the side silently, looking at the white-haired, purple-robed woman in front of him. Dongbua Shwe-ing's heart trembled. When he was young, his mother was so beautiful and had a transcendent temperament. But the woman in front of him, her hair was completely white and messy. Her skin was dark and her purple robe was dirty. There wasn't even a trace of magic undulation coming from her body. She had turned into an ordinary person. Dongbua Shwe-ing's eyes turned moist. He extended his hand and gently grabbed his mother's hand. His mother's hand was very rough. Mother. Dongbua Shwe-ing's voice was very soft. The white-haired, purple-robed woman turned her head and looked over. When she saw the black-robed young man in front of her, she was still slightly doubtful, because when they were captured, Dongbua Shwe-ing was only 8 years old. "I am Snow Eagle, your son Dongbua Shwe-ing." Dongbua Shwe-ing's voice was trembling. "Snow Eagle." Mo-yang, you shook her head lightly. "I'm really Snow Eagle. Look at my face. There are 2 small birthmarks here." Dongbua Shwe-ing pointed at the spot under his eye. The birthmark was very faint and small. Normally, no one would notice it. It would only be discovered if one looked closely. Mo-yang-yu's eyes lit up as she carefully looked at Dongbua Shwe-ing's face. Eyes, nose, ears, his mother was too familiar with her son. When he was 8, Dongbua Shwe-ing already had a rough idea of what he looked like now. With a closer look, she noticed many differences. Even his appearance, Dongbua Shwe-ing looked more like his father, Dongbua Lai. Mo-yang-yu stretched out her trembling hand and touched her son's head. As soon as she touched it, her eyes turned red and tears flowed down. "Snow Eagle, it's really you, it's really you. You didn't die?" Mo-yang-yu was excited. "I didn't die. Your son fell into the black wind abyss, but I came out alive." Dongbua Shwe-ing is also shedding tears. Both mother and son are incomparably emotional. At this time, suddenly a guard filled with baleful aura walked towards the entrance of the cave Mo-yang-yu was in. He muttered, "Master said that the door to Mo-yang-yu's confinement area has been opened, but it's not time to deliver food yet. I haven't heard of anyone coming to visit this crazy woman. This crazy woman has gone crazy from cultivating spells. She doesn't even care about her brother Mo-yang-chin, who would come to visit her." Very quickly, he reached the entrance of the cave. The heavy door was opened. The guard looked inside and saw a white-haired, purple-robed woman and a black-robed youth sitting together. "Brat, who are you? Who allowed you to come in?" The guard shouted. Dongbua Shwe-ing was talking to his mother. Because of his mother's current appearance, he was already suppressing his anger. When he heard the noisy guard beside him, he couldn't help but turn his head. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Boom! Wu Xian's willpower instantly rushed over. When Dongbua Shui Ying achieved one with the world, his soul was nourished. When he reached the realm of myriad existences, his soul was also strengthened. Most importantly, when he stepped into the transcendent realm, his body would undergo a transformation, and his soul would also undergo a transformation. If Dongbua Shui Ying stared at a person when he achieved one with the world, it would be as though tens of thousands of people were staring at a single person. But now, Dongbua Shui Ying's gaze already carried a substantial pressure. On the path of transcendence, a huge upgrade would cause one's entire life to evolve. The soul was the most obvious, and it could even become a god. Ah! That guard felt his vision blur, his ears ringing and his soul trembling. His body went limp and fell backwards, directly landing on the rocks at the bottom of the thunder-tide shore. Luckily, his body was strong enough, and he only bled a little. He then tumbled back into the sea. The impact of the sea water woke him up, and he immediately ran away in fear. With a sweep of his gaze, the guard fell down the thunder-tide shore and disappeared from his sight. Dongbua Shui Ying turned his head and continued to look at his mother. He held her hand and said, "Mother, let me wash your hair." And okay, it's been dirty for a long time. And Mo Yangyu looked at her son, but she still couldn't get enough of it. Dongbua Shui Ying lightly waved his hand, and a golden basin appeared in front of him. This was one of the miscellaneous items in Xiang Pengyan's storage treasure. A stream of water appeared in the golden basin, and very quickly it was filled with water. Right now, Mo Yangyu only had her son in her eyes. She didn't even notice how the water appeared. She lowered her head and allowed Dongbua Shui Ying to wash her hair. Her dirty hair. Dongbua Shui Ying washed it very carefully. There was even water flowing around his fingertips, and it wrapped around the strands of hair, taking away the dirt. In just a short moment, Mo Yangyu's hair became clean. Who? The heaven and earth energy danced around the surroundings. An entire cave looked brand new. The purple robe that Mo Yangyu was wearing was a refiner's item. With a slight tremble of the heaven and earth energy, the dirt on the purple robe disappeared. "Mother, come and eat something." Dongbua Shui Ying waved his hand, and the stone table in the cave flew over. A formless light swept across the surface of the stone table and cut off the surface layer, causing the stone table to become smoother and cleaner. Some snacks and fruits were placed on the stone table, and there was also a bottle of spiritual liquid from the stone of Oceanic World. Dongbua Shui Ying poured the spiritual liquid for his mother. "Try it." Dongbua Shui Ying laughed. Mo Yangyu smiled as she picked up the wine cup and drank a cup. The moment she drank it, her originally dark and gloomy skin regained some luster, and her eyes brightened up. This stone of Oceanic World was the core treasure of a small world. To transcendents, it could nourish their bodies and souls. To mortals, its effects were even more miraculous. "What is this?" "The injuries from my magic power insurrection have healed by 20%. Mother was shocked. "This is a type of transcendent spiritual liquid. If it can help, drink more. You can even eat it as a meal." Dongbua Shui Ying asked doubtfully, "Mother, your magic power insurrection? What happened? Also, I heard that you had already stepped into the meteor rank. How did your magic power insurrection happen?" Logically speaking, it was relatively safe for a mage to cultivate all the way to the legend rank. Magic power insurrection rarely occurred. Initially, when I found out that something had happened to you, Mo Yangyu smiled. I was filled with pain and hatred. I wanted to quickly become stronger so that I could kill my way out. But at that time, my heart was in a mess, and I was too anxious to step into the Silver Moon rank. When I broke through, my magic power model collapsed, and my magic power was completely dispersed. Furthermore, my soul was injured. Dongbua Shue gently held his mother's hand and comforted her. The battered guard escaped from the seaside and had already rushed to the camp beside the forbidden area. He shouted, "Something big happened! Something big happened!" Chapter 89. Thunder Tide Shore was a forbidden area where many prisoners were locked up. Naturally, there was a large group of guards and mages controlling the array of the forbidden area. Quick, quick, quick! It's in Mo Yangyu's cell. That black-clothed youth is too powerful. With just a glance, my eyes became blurry and my ears were ringing. I directly fell down Thunder Tide Shore into the sea. Too scary, the guard said in fear. Very quickly, a large group of guards gathered. The leader in charge of guarding Thunder Tide Shore was a Silver Moon Knight. Just a glance, and you fell down. The Silver Moon Knight carrying the weapon box frowned. Could it be a mage that specializes in the soul? First, second, and third squads gather and prepare to depart. The Silver Moon Knight immediately ordered, "Activate the array and prepare to attack." Yes, yes. Everyone carried out the order. The Forbidden Area's array began to activate. The surrounding temperature of Thunder Tide Shore began to drop rapidly. Frost began to form on the ground. Scram! An angry roar resounded in the surroundings. A turbulent wave of water appeared out of nowhere, like a huge snake slithering. This huge wave of water that was at least a few hundred meters long swept across the gathered guards. The guards were all panicking. Some were holding onto their weapons, while others were holding onto their shields. The Silver Moon Knight, who stood at the very front, also had a change in expression. A shield appeared in his hand and blocked in front of him. Rumble! The waves swept across, and the guards were all sent flying. The Silver Moon Knight was the only one who was able to stand steadily. His expression changed. Water attribute magic? It's actually so powerful. I'm afraid it's a Silver Moon mage. Who dares to invade my Emoyang clan's forbidden area? The Silver Moon Knight shouted, "State your name." Suddenly, a flame Do Chi soared into the sky. The faint flame Do Chi looked ordinary, but it caused the Silver Moon Knight to feel an invisible fear. Every strand of Do Chi was like sunlight. The flame Do Chi in the sky condensed into a huge palm. Who? The huge palm slapped towards the Silver Moon Knight. No, this isn't a mage. The wave of water just now was caused by the realm of myriad existences. The Silver Moon Knight came to his senses. He wanted to dodge, but the huge flaming palm was too fast. He could only use his shield to block it. Pum! The giant palm descended, and with a single slap, the Silver Moon Knight was smashed into the rocky ground. There were many sounds of bones breaking, and the Silver Moon Knight immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "Thank you for sparing my life, my lord." The Silver Moon Knight was horrified. He knew that his opponent had been merciful. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into minced meat. Only then did the huge flaming palm slowly retract. The soldiers who were rolling in the distance, as well as the leader of the Silver Moon Knights, looked at the huge flaming palm flying in the air in horror. In the end, the palm turned into a large amount of Do Chi and flew back to the cave where Mo Yanyu was at the Thunder Tide Shore. "Captain." Immediately, a guard came over and helped the Silver Moon Knight up. "Everyone, don't mess around. Don't disturb that lord," the Silver Moon Knight ordered. "Yes." All the soldiers hurriedly responded. What kind of joke was this? If they really fought, they would probably be killed in an instant. Just now, when the water wave swept across, it used a gentle force. Other than the Silver Moon Knight, the other weaker soldiers, including the Meteor Knight and the weakest ordinary soldiers, were all sent flying. However, none of them died. Clearly, he had been merciful. This palm doesn't seem like a spell. It seems more like Do Chi. The Silver Moon Knight clutched his chest. His eyes were filled with unease and panic. Even when the Do Chi is separated from the body, it can still be so powerful. Could it be a transcendent? Within the cave, Dongbua Shueing was currently chatting with his mother, eating some snacks and drinking the spiritual liquid of the stone of ocean boundary. He didn't want anyone to disturb him, so he controlled the water from a distance to send the guards flying. If he had used fire, he would probably have burned those guards to death. Although Dongbua Shueing was suppressing his anger, he wasn't a lunatic. He knew that every injustice had a perpetrator, and every debt had a debtor. As for these low-ranking soldiers, they were only doing this for a living. Only the leader of the Silver Moon Knight, Dongbua Shueing, had taught him a lesson. Snow Eagle. Mo Yangyu watched as the faint red Doqi flew in through the entrance of the cave and entered Dongbua Shueing's body. Your Doqi can leave your body and retract it so easily. Could it be that you've already? Mo Yangyu was in disbelief. And I just became a transcendent not long ago. Dongbua Shueing said, I fell into the black wind abyss. Because I became a transcendent, I was lucky enough to escape. Mo Yangyu couldn't believe it, but she was also incomparably proud. Her son, 20 years later, that 8-year-old boy had become a legendary transcendent life form. It's like a dream. I can't believe it. Mo Yangyu smiled. Mother, eat some more. This time, Dongbua Shueing only brought some snacks. He guessed that his parents hadn't been living well these past few years. Mo Yangyu was in a good mood. She ate with big mouthfuls and drank the spirit liquid. Her skin color was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shueing poured cup after cup for his mother. Even after the flask was finished, he would send even more spiritual liquid from his storage treasure into the flask. In the past few years, his mother's magic energy had gone berserk and collapsed, and her soul had been injured. Then, because she was too sad, coupled with the fact that a mage's body was already weak, and without the nourishment of magic energy, her condition had naturally plummeted. Spirit liquid from the stone of oceanic world was something that even a transcendent saint expert wouldn't be willing to eat or drink. This was Elder Lei Zhen's greatest gain in his life. Before he died, he left behind an array. He would rather destroy it than give it to the demonic beast clan. Usually, if he drank a little, he wouldn't feel hungry for a few days. A pot of spirit liquid was equivalent to 10 days' worth. It was worth over 1 million gold coins. Of course, transcendents wouldn't be willing to exchange it for gold coins. At their level, the money in the mortal world was more than enough for them. Gold coins were just numbers. What they valued more were transcendent items. Mother, how did you know that something had happened to me? Dongbua Shueing asked. Mo Yang Chen sent someone to tell me. Mo Yang, you said. He was purposely trying to anger me. But if not for him, I'm afraid that I would only know about Snow Eagle's matter after a long time. It's Mo Yang Chen again. Dongbua Shueing's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had to die. However, Dongbua Shueing quickly controlled his emotions and continued to accompany his mother to eat, drink, and chat. He hoped that his mother would be happier. And you're actually full. Mo Yang, you smiled. Unknowingly, I drank a lot. My soul's injuries have completely recovered, but I feel like I can't drink anymore. If you're full, then you don't need to drink anymore. Dongbua Shueing smiled. This kind of transcendent spirit liquid, most people would not feel hungry after drinking a cup a day. Mother, you were injured and your body had deteriorated over the past few years. That's why you were able to absorb and digest it continuously. Now that your body has recovered, you are naturally full. The Mo Yangyu in front of him still had snow-white hair, but the roots of her hair had turned black. Her complexion had completely recovered to how it was 6 years ago, and her spirit was even better. So mystical. Mo Yang, you said. This spirit liquid is extremely important. Mother, you better not tell anyone about it. Dongbua Shueing said. That stone of ocean world was enough for him to use for 1,000 years. Naturally, he had to leave some for his parents, Qing Shi, Uncle Zong, and Uncle Tong. They were all his family. However, he still had to keep it a secret. As for the others, Dongbua Shuang was not worried. After Qing Shi experienced this setback, he should be much more stable now. This spirit liquid was beneficial to the body, dantian, qi, and soul. It was effective even for transcendents, not to mention mortals. It would be of great help to their cultivation. Even if his parents could not go far in their cultivation, they would still be able to live longer. Don't worry, I know. Mo Yangyu smiled. Then let's go and pick up father. Dongbua Shuang stood up. Dongbua. Mo Yangyu's heart palpitated. Ever since she was imprisoned here, the two of them had been separated for 20 years. 20 years, it was too long. Holding onto his mother's hand, they walked out of the cave. Transcendent Do Qi permeated the air, forming a protective layer around his mother. Following that, Dongbua Shuang brought his mother and flew up. Thunder Tide Shore. Flying in the sky, Missouri Yangyu looked down at the Thunder Tide Shore and the dumbfounded guards. This was the place where she was imprisoned for 20 years. Father is in the East Fragrant Lake Refinery. Let's go, Dongbua Shuang said. So, in an instant he turned into a blazing rainbow and broke through the sky. So fast! The Silver Moon Rider leader, who had been clutching his chest with a pale face, looked at this scene in shock. Flying in the sky and burrowing in the ground, it's a transcendent. The legendary flying in the sky and burrowing in the ground? A transcendent? The guards at the side were also shocked. In this world, almost everyone had heard of a transcendent, but those who had actually seen one with their own eyes were extremely few. Who is that black-clothed youth? Mo Yangyu has always been imprisoned. How could she have the chance to meet a transcendent? Is it someone she knew 20 years ago? The Silver Moon Rider was somewhat puzzled. In front of a transcendent, what does the Mo Yang clan count as? But why did they only save her after 20 years? Is it a transcendent who just broke through? The Silver Moon Rider speculated doubtfully. Suddenly he thought of a person, a very stunning person, a peerless monster that only appeared once in 100 years in the entire Dragon Mountain Empire. Yet he died together with Xiang Pengyin. Could it be Dongbua Shuang? He fell into the black wind abyss and came out alive? The Silver Moon Rider was somewhat shocked, but he did not dare to confirm. After thinking about it, among the people that Mo Yangyu knew, only that monster, Dongbua Shuang, could possibly become a transcendent. No matter who it is obvious that his relationship with Mo Yangyu is not ordinary. Who knows? This transcendent might even vent his anger on the entire Mo Yang clan. The Silver Moon Rider trembled in fear. The anger of a transcendent? This was definitely not something that the Mo Yang clan could bear. We must report this news to the clan as soon as possible. The Silver Moon Rider did not dare to be negligent and immediately ordered someone to pass the news. If it was an expert from the Azure River County, they would probably recognize Dongbua Shuang the moment they saw him. However, this was the Bellfeather County of the Eastfield Province. Only a few people knew of Dongbua Shuang's appearance. Boom! Dongbua Shuang held his mother's hand as he flew at high speed with flames surrounding him. So fast! Is this how a transcendent can fly? Mo Yangyu exclaimed as she looked at her surroundings. The scenery around her had become illusory. Only the scenery far away could be seen clearly. My current speed is only half of my true maximum speed. Dongbua Shuang explained, when a transcendent carries another person, their speed will be much slower. His body had turned into particles and was completely attached to the flames, allowing his speed to soar to the extreme. Normally, he would only do this when he was in an urgent situation or when he wanted to enter a narrow area such as a crevice. Maintaining his human form, he could only maintain 70 to 80% of his normal speed. If he were to carry another person, his speed would be even slower. Dongbua Shuang could only maintain half of his normal speed. We've arrived. The East Fragrance Lake is right in front. Dongbueshwe held his mother's hand as they flew through the clouds. Soon, they could see the sparkling East Fragrance Lake below. So fast, we've only spoken a few sentences. Mo Yangyu exclaimed. She had lived in Bellfeather County since young and was very clear of the distance between the East Fragrance Lake and the Thunder Tide shore. Dongbueshwe used his world energy to envelop the Mage Tower in the refiner workshop beside the East Fragrance Lake. He easily found his father inside and relaxed. His father's condition was much better than his mother's.